Well, it says I am live, so I guess we're gonna trust that. Hello, anyone, everyone, whatever. I am going to stream for a little while. It says there's nobody here, and I am not as set up as I usually am because I just kind of ran into it. So, whatever. Alright. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happened. There I am. All right. Very good. I invited a couple people in. Let's see if they come. That'll be cool. This whole desk is an absolute disaster. It's a mess. Speaking of a mess, my hair is a mess. Whatever. Let me see here. Finish setting up and stuff. Actually, I look terrible, in my opinion. Oh man, I didn't use a thumbnail. I just rushed this whole thing. I rushed everything. I didn't even think about it. Did not even think about it. I was running later than I wanted to. Fuck it. We'll do it live. I was hoping Autumn would come in. I was actually talking to her earlier. She knew I was planning on streaming, so hopefully she comes in. Wow, what the hell was that? Oh, nice. Sorry. Again, okay. Anyway, I don't know if it was going to come in. Don't know if it really had a whole lot I wanted to discuss either, though, so it's not that big of a deal. But it's been a while. I figured I would pop on. And wow, my desk is an absolute disaster. What you see behind me is a much different view than what you guys are used to. Excuse me. I am trying to make sense of my cosmetics here because I'm getting to a point where they're scattered everywhere. What's up there, Troy Doe? I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what this is. I look terrible. Eye makeup is too heavy. I think that's what it is. I look like shit. My hair looks like shit too, though. But whatever. Whatever, Heather. I don't really know if I give a shit. Don't know if I give a shit. Not tonight, anyway. Because I don't know what this is. But it's some kind of glitter for something. I have it in white. I have it in silver. It's a different silver. Wait, is that silver or is that gold? Silver and gold. And bronze. And another gold. There's a different gold. What is this one? Was that gray? It's gray glitter. What the fuck is gray glitter? You're a pint or so into the rum. Why is the rum gone? I know why the rum is gone. Troy Doe. It's got to. That's why the rum is gone. So I don't know what that is. I don't know why I have it. I don't use it. I don't wear it. I'm not even sure. How do you apply it? Let me see. It's got a brush, right? It's got a little tiny brush. I don't know. I do not know. It says flare. It says other stuff that I can't see because, I'm blind as a fucking bat. Hello. Hi. So I got this as a gift. This was from a friend. They sent me this. This was like last year. They sent me this little cosmetic bag and it was like stuffed with stuff. And a lot of the stuff I used. This I did not. I don't know what the hell it is. It's like a bronze colored glitter with a brush. I don't know. I'm not really into the whole glitter thing. But I am mascara, which I never, ever, 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 I never wear. I'm going to put it in here anyway. This pop feel. What was this? This was... That's what that was. I don't know. I think that made my crooked nose even worse. Maybe I should have gone the other way with it. I don't know. I don't know. It's not too bad though. It's just very light. Put that on my mustache. I gotta actually start using it. I did get a IPL hair removal home thing. Does the bright lights and supposedly it's permanent hair removal. I gotta start using it. I got it. I just don't use it. This is a mess. Anyway. Brown eyeliner, which I never wear. Now black. But I don't use this one. Why don't I use this one? Oh, I don't like the applicator. That's why. Don't like the applicator. All kinds of shit here I don't use. I bought 2 of these fucking things. White eyeliner. Right? Thought that would be cool. But the brush, the applicator, is hard. It doesn't It's difficult to use. It doesn't go on smooth, and it's just like, then why would anybody use this? It sucks. But I figured I would try it. That I would get it and I would try it, and maybe it would be fun. And no, stressful. Yeah. And then there's this. I have this. I got this. I got this from Peach. It's Maybelline Super Stay. There's all of them. Maybelline
You were
Matte Ink. Hello.
not getting the studio made up version of Autumn. What's
That's
up?
okay. So check this out. So this stuff here, so if you're gonna go out for like a night out, just sucking dick all night, this is the lipstick you want, because this shit doesn't come off. Like, you put this on, you have to sandblast it off. So if you're gonna be sucking lots of dick and you want to make sure you got good lipstick on, this is what you use. This won't make it through the first one.
What is this for, like a fucking degenerate trans girl makeup show?
Yes.
God.
I was waiting for you, so I figured, what the hell? I have like, here, I'll show you. My desk is a mess. That's my desk. So while I was waiting to see if you would come on, I was hoping you would, I started cleaning up, and I'm just talking about all the crap that I have on my desk while I waited.
Well, I'll have you know, I'm like on my laptop on my bed right now, you know, and I just got new syringes and needles and stuff for giving myself injections and things.
So what are you taking?
Well, not important.
Okay.
What's important here is that I got a bunch of the wrong shit. And subsequently, my bed looks like an 80s mobster movie. Like, there's fucking needles and fucking pills and like all sorts of shit laying around.
So I mean, that's for your hormones.
Not a great look.
That's for your hormones, though, right? I mean, that's what I was assuming.
Yeah, it is, but like, they can't get like the right syringes and the right needles married up. It's really annoying. And so
Okay. I didn't do injections. I take well, now I take three little pills, little tiny blue estrogen pills. So I used to take that and a T blocker, but I don't need the T blocker anymore.
I am I don't know. I am on the pills right now because I couldn't figure. I had leftover pills before I switched to the injectables. And the reason I switched the injectables is because I just wasn't getting enough absorbed from the pill form. So I had to, and the same thing goes for the spiralactone and the other stuff I got to take. I need, like, I absorb things better through patches and injections. That's just how I work.
Right.
So that's why I switched to that. And because, like, I'll tell you, like, I've been on a year of this, but my levels only rendered me in like 4 months until just like a few weeks ago. So like, I'm really on month 5 of like an actual dose of HRT. So, and it's like significant, like it's significant how difference it makes from going from like a quarter of where you're supposed to be with your hormones. Like, and I'm talking about like just your general freaking well-being, and your sense of, I don't know, like they are super powerful when it comes to your mood and all sorts of shit. So I'm feeling like way better since I switched to those injectables.
It's good.
Yeah.
They just have to get all the shit right.
Yeah, so right. Like one thing about doing the injectables is assuming you self-administer it like I do. Well, uh, the liquid that comes in the vial, this, right? So this liquid in here, it's super thick, right?
Yes.
And like I mean super thick coming out and super thick going in. And so like to get it out of there, you kind of need one bigger needle. Because if you use the same needle that you're going to jab yourself with, it's going to be hard to get into the vial or hard to get into the syringe. And then you can actually blunt that tip trying to get this thing stuff out of there. And when you go to inject yourself, it hurts that much more. So you got to switch the needle. And then, so it's like even like this is the most effective way to get estrogen, but it's also the most pain in the ass way for a reason. It's also the most difficult way to measure like where your levels are supposed to be because you're like, what day do I get measured? It's
Hi, Butch. Hi, Butch.
bitch.
So okay, so I did for a while because I self-medicated for years.
Oh yeah.
I didn't do the whole doctor thing. I was terrified, but still I pursued it anyway, even though I was terrified. And I self-medicated. And for a little while, I did get online. I bought injectables, and they came in a little glass like tube that didn't like open. You had to break the glass on the top of it to get the liquid out, and that was a major pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But I remember it was thick, and it went in thick, and it hurt. It left a lump.
Is that my friendly British guy? Why isn't he here? Roger.
Oh, I didn't send him an invite because I didn't know if he would come on or not. I didn't know if he'd even be awake.
I don't know.
Hey, Badger, you want to come on?
I don't know Raisin or Butch, but anyway.
I did send an invite to Michael, and I also sent one to Joe.
Oh God. Pumpkin spice. I would, but I was on my way to bed. And that's fine. I know. I get it. I'm not important. You don't care about me. I understand, Dick.
That's all right. I mean, I sent you a link anyway. If you wanted to jump on, I sent you a link. It's always better to have more people. I mean, that's the beginning of the show here. I was just filling dead air. I don't plan on being on a long time. I painted upstairs. I painted the living room. I painted the dining room. I painted the kitchen over the last several days. And I have a lot of loose ends that I need to tie up there. So I figure I could do that tonight.
Is that like New Jersey dead body thing?
They got some loose ends, They need to be disappeared. Peach and I are going on a date night tomorrow. We're going to dinner, and we're going to be doing a haunted house, I believe.
Oh, I want to go to those. I want to go to one of those this year.
It looks fun.
Yo, guess what I'm doing for this year? What are you? What are you going to be for Halloween?
A queen, medieval queen.
Nice.
Yeah, we ordered the costume off of Amazon.
I'm doing slutty nun. Yeah.
I think
I'm gonna fucking pull it off too. Fucking what?
Go, girl. If I were like bigger up top and more comfortable with my body, I want to do like some of this slutty stuff, but it's also hard to do that,
Yeah, you should I posted some pictures from Vegas. You should check out the outfit I wore on the strip of Las Vegas. You won't fucking believe it.
Oh.
It's fucking crazy. I had like 4-inch stilettos and shit on. Yeah.
Wow.
Like this little body con. like mini dress thing. Like, yo, I
Wow,
look like a fucking hooker for sure. It's like no doubt about
that's crazy.
it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting more and more to dress like a cat lady.
Cat lady.
And I have a cat, so
Yo, I got a cat too. I just got him. If I can find him. Butters. He's
Oh, come on. Brian J. I sent it on Facebook. My Discord is not opening on this computer. I don't know why. So I'm waiting. It's not opening. I'm sorry. Oh my. It's not opening.
so the world's ending.
Again?
Yeah, I am really happy though with one thing about this whole Israel Palestine thing that's been going on our whole lives. Like this is the first time in my memory that so many people, Americans, seemed to actually come to actually understand this conflict a little bit deeper. If you haven't noticed that, I've kind of picked up on something of that lately, and a lot more empathy for the Palestinians for this go around.
I think a lot of people are exposed to it a lot more than they had been in the past.
Yeah,
Kind of a product of the internet.
well, that it's like the TikTok app and the other stuff, and feeds coming directly out of there, and
Well, I mean, even before like this go around, though, over the last several years, there's been a lot of like talk on the internet about, do you people realize what's happening here? That Israel is it's an apartheid state.
It's pretty. It's yeah. It's I get that. I get that there has to be a response and all that.
Yes.
But this whole thing taken the way it is, and it really exposes just how gross the media has been for decades, right? On it,
Yes.
and how it's really acting in. It really does like enable the conspiracy theory shit, right? Is because that kind of fucking thing shaping the media. It's not great. So
Sorry.
it's okay.
Well, I mean, it's not great. It's not great. I don't know. It's when the strongest military power in that region, Israel, tells a specific demographic inside the borders of their country who lived in their own territory that they were basically forced to live in and can't leave because they can't join the rest of the population of Israel. That's not the watch link. That should be the join link. It was the same link I sent to Autumn. Isn't it? Or maybe it's not. Wait. Let me try again. Oh, no, that is the watch link. I'm sorry. I'm a dummy. There you go.
Great March of Return. Yeah. Because it's been very one-sided in this country for the longest time, the perception on it. And
yeah, well, like I was just saying, though, there's the military power in the area is Israel, and they're telling a basically impoverished demographic that lives in an open air prison, you have 24 hours to get out of the way because we're just going to bomb the fuck out of it. Oh, and by the way, you have no place to go. Yeah, that's disgusting. I mean, it's just like you're threatening massacre, and there's no.
It's pretty gross. Bye.
Hi.
from across
Whoa,
the way
short hair.
over there in upside down land.
Yes.
Drive backwards and weird.
Yeah.
I had it cut yesterday to be
Wow.
to be precise. Thank you. To be precise, that was the word I was missing.
Looking sharp.
Yes.
Yeah, nice hair.
Thank you very much. It's not quite what I envisioned when I went in there, but I've been getting used to it over the course of the day. And they robbed me of too much beard, in my opinion, but it'll grow back. It's only hair.
And what's the British way to say everything that you're talking about? There's got to be some fucking 2 bits in a whatever the fuck. I know you guys got something. No? Oh, that's
Not at this time of night, no.
okay.
Maybe when I got a few more brain cells firing. But yeah, it's 2:30.
Well,
So,
how
yes.
how have you been? How's family life? Have you gotten to see Paul at all, out of curiosity?
I haven't gotten to see Paul at all. No, is he back in the UK?
You didn't know that?
Sometime now.
No,
Yeah, he's been back there.
I did not know that.
He's
I will have to
out
chase him up a
there
bit.
running amok. You know.
I'll have to chase him up a bit.
He has
Thank you for the
COVID
heads
right
up.
now, I believe.
What's that?
Where?
He has COVID right now, I think.
Oh, well, he can keep that to himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many other people on this planet can claim the same, but to date, I and my good wife have yet to have it.
Wow.
Everybody else that I know has had it at least once,
I've had
yourself
it once.
included. Yeah, yourself included.
Well, my good friend, Agent of Doubt,
He's had it several times.
no, he just got it for the first time.
No, I remember him and Misty having it together, and they've been split for a while.
Huh. Well,
And I know he's just recently gotten over it because he was telling me about it while he was ill with it. So
okay.
I spoke to him the other day.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't remember.
Yeah,
So maybe
I'm
he
sure.
should get his.
I will check with him. I will check with him. But if that was his first, and you're correct, then I will stand corrected.
Yeah. He needs to get his ass in here and set the record straight.
Don't let me get in here. Well, I'll give him a link.
That would be the ideal record straightening move. Yes, it would.
Yeah.
It would. Straight from the horse's mouth, as it were. So, Raven, my curiosity is piqued. When I actually hit the stream, when I saw it in my feed, I caught the tail end of you saying something about this white makeup thing that was rather disparaging. I thought, what's the deal? What's going on?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you came in. I mean, I was talking about this lipstick.
It was that you held up something before that.
But there's white eyeliner
Okay.
that I thought would be fun to use, but it's the brush on it is hard, so it doesn't go
Okay.
in smoothly. So it sucks.
So not so much fun to use.
So not so much fun to use. So I don't use it, and it's a shame because
Oh well.
I paid for it and shit. But then there
Yeah.
was this. I was talking about this, and I was talking about this is ideal if you want to suck a lot of dick.
That I remember laughing at, yes. And I actually, in the chat, I said, does that make it a dipstick?
Yes. So, yeah, I mean, when I first, publicly came out and talked about transitioning and the journey that I had been on, I have a friend who I went to school with, who sent me a whole bunch of cosmetics, and um, there's some of this
Nice
stuff like
gift.
I was talking about this glitter that I don't know what to do with. It's a little tiny bottle of glitter with a little tiny brush, and I think it's supposed to be eye makeup, but I don't know.
It's what, just literally glitter in a bottle.
Yeah, well, it's like a liquid with a little brush.
Okay. Well, reminiscing on my teens and 20s and girlfriends and makeup and stuff. I would imagine that's for putting little glitter tinges to your blusher and on your eyes and stuff like that.
It's too thick. It's very thick. So I'm
Yeah,
thinking
that's
it's meant to be eyeliner, I think.
it's it's old, is it?
No,
Don't forget I have a legitimate party going female from the 80s sat right next to me.
no, this isn't old. This is new. This is new.
It's new.
Um, yeah, I don't know. And
The only advice from that corner is Google is your friend.
hello, love. How are you?
Yeah.
How is she?
How are you? She says, I'm good. She's sitting there chewing through Sour Patch Kids.
Oh no.
They're not sharp enough for me. They go sweet way too early.
I can't eat them. It's a sour. Sour and hot. I don't do either of those things. So yeah, no.
Oh. It's yeah. One of the side effects of the chemo is stuff going on with taste buds and irritating mouth,
Yeah.
and it's one of the things she takes for a dry mouth and stuff. So
How's she dealing with that?
yeah, she's doing okay.
So
Doing okay. A few side effects, but nothing.
I'm being called away, and I just want to say goodbye.
unbelievable.
So I'm sorry to interrupt.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
I won't use the same emotional blackmail to keep you in here longer that you used to drag me in, but
No, you
have a
can.
good evening.
You
And
can.
you come in and she takes off.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
Bye.
Right.
Talk to
It
you
will be noted.
So
So yeah, what is Great March of what? The Great March of Return finally brought attention to all things. Oh, I take it that's probably talking about the Gaza situation.
yes.
Yeah, my thoughts on it are simply this: it needs to stop.
Yeah.
Killing of children and civilians on either side is incomprehensible. It's
There are no
unconscionable.
there are no good
there are
guys.
no excuses.
There are no good guys, and the civilian population of both sides are victims.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, both sides should be ashamed, and it should that shame alone should be sufficient for the world to demand that they come to the negotiation table.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
It really should be just as simple as that.
Yeah, and why our leaders aren't making it that simple? Yes, there are reasons, and I'm sure we could get a political diatribe on each and every one of them, justifying their positions, and I'm sure a lot of it would be allegiances to various contracts, etc., that they have, and
I mean,
treaties and other bullshit. But
there
sorry,
is, I mean, as far as like the U.S. is concerned, there's a number of reasons. I mean, like one obviously is Israel gives the Western world access to the Middle East and everything that it offers. There's religious reasons. There's a
There are also
Christian, there's a Christian denomination that relies heavily on a healthy Israel for their entire the entire basis of their faith. The
yeah,
natives.
not to mention your Jewish population.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's a shit show.
and there's also the military contract as well.
Well, that too. Yeah.
Those are worth billions. Anyway, yeah, needs to stop. Needs to stop. Anyway, I was about to head off to bed.
Well, I wasn't planning on staying on long. I figured I would get beyond with Autumn and we would like bullshit and chit chat for a while, but that didn't work out.
Yeah, and yeah, autumn disappeared. So
Yeah. I mean, I sent the link to Agent of Doubt and he didn't come in. He didn't even see it as far as I could see. And I sent it to Joe. And I don't know what he's up to, but you know, so, and I get it. I don't stream as much as I used to.
yeah,
You know,
to
I
be
mean,
honest, the last time you streamed, I didn't see it until it was post stream in my feed. So
it's all
I
right.
mean, I don't do a lot of YouTube these days.
No, I don't either. I mean, I
And
kind
the
of would
time
like.
zone is way different as well.
Was that?
And the time zone is totally different as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would like to get back and to do more on YouTube, and I have 3 channels for Christ's sake. I've got this one. I've got Raven J channel, and I have the Breakfast Club. Paul has handed that over to me, so and I've done nothing with any of them, and I keep saying I will, and I don't.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm trying to get myself back on the radio.
Yeah, I
I've
mean, everything
been,
about my life is different, and
yeah,
that's really the biggest thing. I mean, I'm working, you know, and I wasn't
yeah,
working for a long time. I've got
yeah.
what's going on, and
Life
you
will
know,
do that.
I have the kids.
Yeah, life does it to us all.
Mhm.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of life changes and things going on, in a couple of weeks, I will be going to a weekend festival, Ska Festival, and putting together the online sound and making
Wow,
sure that that can be broadcast through our station.
cool.
Did that last year, doing it this year. Should probably do it next year as well.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, it's good. I get to meet a lot of bands and hear a lot of bands and raise money for
That's cool.
teenage kids
Yeah,
suffering with cancer and
very good.
various musical projects aimed towards giving them some quality of life. So
Yes,
all worthy stuff. And
absolutely, absolutely.
yeah, it's a lot of fun to do because going out and yeah, you know, going out is coming back. Yeah, and yeah, it's nice to be out there doing things again
Yeah,
to a degree.
yeah.
Anyway, I'm off to bed and
Go
I
on.
will speak to you later.
Alrighty. Have a good night.
Take it
Bye.
easy. Good night.
And unless somebody comes in the next couple of minutes, I'll probably shut this down too. This was a quick one. I wasn't planning on staying on long. I just wanted to kind of show my face, and I look like shit. So I'm not really necessarily happy I did show my face, but whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what to talk about. I have a hard time. Here's like, okay, so years ago, some of you who are watching this either live or just watching it on YouTube later, some of you will remember this. But many years ago, I used to be on Blog TV, and I would stream on Blog TV. I would broadcast for hours and hours and hours, sometimes 20 hours a day. And I never ran out of shit to talk about. Now I'm like, eh. And I mean, look at this loser.
Me.
Hello.
Doing okay today?
I'm all right.
Okay. How are the comments coming?
I'm sorry.
You've got Badger saying night all. Like, I swear, we're not the same person. Like Superman and Clark Kent.
Oh no, absolutely not the same person.
Yeah.
I could tell by the accent.
And I don't use as many extraneous U's when I'm spelling things.
What did I want to ask you? I don't remember what it was. I guess it wasn't important.
Nice hair.
Thank you. I'm not happy with it. It looks like shit right now.
Maybe that's what you were wanting to ask. How's my hair looking?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Good guess, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I understand shot in the dark. I get it. Autumn was on. She split. She was only on for a little while, and she was just like, "I'm out." And I'm like, I understand. I have that effect on people.
Well, Autumn told me she was going out with like 4 other girls.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was earlier.
Trying to entice me to break my quarantine.
No, so are you still have COVID or?
This was my test from yesterday. It's got the 2 lines on it, you know.
Yes, raisin. Yes. Is this your first bout with COVID?
Yeah, I went 3.5 years without it, and then
Okay.
no, I think I was risking it. I was rolling the dice like once a month, maybe with a concert or an event, and I know which event did it, and it wasn't worth it. And that's what really is sitting wrong with me is that I went to something that just wasn't worth it, and got COVID from that. I wish I had gotten it from like the Nine Inch Nails concert or the Muse concert, but no, it was from a stupid oddities expo that had half taxidermy, where people found like, okay, so you get these exotic bugs that must be like shipped via eBay, across countries, and then they stick a needle through the bug, and they put it in the middle of a shadow box, and then they've taken to 3D printing filigree around the edges of these shadow boxes, and then like they take that filigree frame and they spray paint a gradient so it looks like lighter on the inside than on the outside, and then they put it back in the shadow box, and then it kind of draws attention to the bug, and then they want to sell those boxes for $150, $200 a piece, and I'm like, no bug is worth that much just because you spray painted a 3D printed filigree. And that was half the show. Like there was just all these booths of people trying to sell dead bugs. And that's how I caught COVID.
Now, I missed it because I was trying to figure out the Clark Kent reference. But so was that the first time you've had COVID, or
This is currently, yes.
that was the first time?
This, yes.
This is the first time.
Yes.
I could have sworn you and Misty had it together once.
No. She had it after I moved out, and I dropped off what you call takeaway a few times for her, but
Takeout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand American.
Okay. So I've got this nice sticker that says quarantine and chill. And I was just trying to watch a show that I should have watched years ago. Uh, it's also my first time watching Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm an addictions counselor, and I've never watched Breaking Bad, so I figured I can't go anywhere without, getting people sick. So I might as well just watch this show.
Wow.
and how many episodes are you in?
I'm getting to the end of season 2 right now.
And what are your thoughts so far?
It's very watchable. I thought I would be seeing more of the seedy underbelly of, in particular, meth from what I knew of the show, but it seems like it's got a bunch of different problems in the show going on.
Hmm.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
don't want
really
to give
need.
spoilers to anyone in the audience who hasn't watched it, but I guess if it's 10 years old, can you really spoil it?
You might be the last, adult on Earth to have not seen it.
Death by ATM machine, I did not see coming.
I remember when I watched Breaking Bad, it had concluded for everybody else.
Okay. Well, after I am done with Breaking Bad,
Didn't realize it was
my
10 years old
next
though.
missions will be every Marvel movie in order.
Ah, now that I've just done that marathon,
Okay. And then I
and
will be doing,
it's worth doing.
I'll be also doing the Star Trek stuff, including the Disney Plus stuff.
Oh, the Star Trek one's gonna take you forever.
I think I meant Star Wars. I'll do the Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Trek will take-
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Star Trek will take you 4 years to complete.
Yeah.
And that's just taking breaks to eat, fart, and well, hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Oh, Joe, you're muted.
Yeah. Plug the microphone in. Does not work in the
Put the
electric.
microphone in. Hit it with something.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit it with a hammer.
Smack it up, flip it, rub it down.
Oh, hello there. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I wasn't muted. It defaults to my headset, even though my headset's off, which is stupid. So Brian, you take a break to fart? I mean,
I was being hyperbolic.
I was gonna say, just let him go. Yeah.
Yeah, I was being British. There you go.
Okay. That explains much.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
being British.
I actually well, yeah, it's been a while since we all, well, at least I've been gathered with you see people.
And
So-
Raven, see, I'm also not Joe, like Superman and Clark Kent, because like we're all here right now.
Right. Because there was a danger of confusing you with Joe, who is obviously Mexican.
So how's it going, peoples?
So okay. So this, it's just clicked. What you're telling me is that this is proof that none of us are any of the other's alter ego.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. It clicked.
However, hide your kids, hide your wife. Brian might come across the pond to steal women. So
Excuse me, I am happily married, sir.
yeah, he
And
did it once. He did it once.
evidence that you've done it once.
Yeah.
Got you there, Brian. Got you there.
Okay, so not my first wife. Your point being,
Well, no, but you got her from here.
Did you met her from here? You stole her.
yeah, I did steal her.
Yeah.
See,
Damn
so
right.
you admit to it.
Aha.
Why would I not?
Guilty.
It's
You
the best
as
move I ever made.
See, I don't think he has a Fifth Amendment. There's no Fifth Amendment in the UK, so at least it's not called that anyway.
It is so
There's no amendment that stopped me from lying, though.
Well, But,
But yeah, it was the best thing I ever did was steal one of your women.
yeah.
Come on.
How is she doing?
She's doing okay. She's
That's
doing
good.
okay.
It's great to have a pack of friends steeped in misogyny, so we can just talk about women like they're pieces of meat to be stolen and bought and sold and whatnot. Yeah.
What I
Oh look,
bought-
she's grateful.
sold-
Like she's grateful to be stolen.
I don't know the whole bought and sold thing. You just
There was
they're
no
all
there
by
was no
yourself.
financial transaction except in Michael's mind.
Yeah, and Michael, you went there all by your lonesome.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
Don't pull us in on that.
That is a colonial accent right there. That's colonizer right
So
there.
by
Don't
buying
you dare
that,
try and call me an
it should be-
overlord, you.
It should be assumed.
Would you say that?
You hear me use that word.
No, you used American.
But so since I've last seen you all, I've been to Seattle twice. The roads are very strange. I went to Atlanta to go to what do you call it, Dragon Con, and crossing the street, somebody, so I would just get there. I finally get to Atlanta. I park my car, and I'm walking across the street to go into the building where you get your badges and everything. And somebody bumped me from behind, so I tried to step out of their way and stepped into a pothole, and down I went.
Damn.
Yeah, so I got banged up, and my elbow is still a problem. I got to go get an X-ray. It's been that was August 29th. So
I remember.
Damn.
and,
Speaking of getting rear-ended, that happened to me on May 10th. Cost me a Peugeot.
So how's everybody tonight?
We're okay.
I was just heading off for bed
Yeah, again.
Well, it is quite
again
late. Yeah.
for the third time.
So it's 2:00 in the morning there?
Coming up for 3.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a 5-hour difference.
It's probably daylight savings error.
That would be 5 hours.
the
'cause it's
offset.
10 o'clock here.
Because we have a friend that we're supposed to talk to tomorrow, who's in Oxford, and when I was talking to her earlier, and I said, well, it's such and such a time, and it was 5 hours difference for her, which makes no. So that's weird. I can't imagine Oxford.
No, Oxford is the same time zone.
Yeah.
It is a 5-hour difference. It's 10 o'clock here.
Oh yeah, I can.
That's 5 hours, Joe.
You're an engineer. I hope you can.
Yeah, my brain has been definitely not 100% lately. Certainly with words and stuff like that. I've not been able to.
Did you have a minor concussion?
Not as far as I know, but
You sound really tired.
I am tired. Well, I never get enough
Okay.
sleep though. Working on quotes. I had 2 weeks ago. I had a backlog. I've worked through mostly, but I had 18 outstanding quotes to work on.
I'm assuming that's a
gonna
lot.
keep you up at night.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I've been kind of cavey lately, if you know what I mean.
Hmm. I get like that sometimes.
Yeah, so the
I
Bears.
think it's the time of year doesn't help.
No,
Yeah.
but so like Suzanne went away last weekend. She got a new part-time contracting job, making very nice hourly rate, and so she had to go to her company's office in Delaware, and then she decided after that she went on to visit number one son and the grandkids, and so I was here by myself, and it was actually like good. Like it was funny. Like on one hand, I was a little lonely, but on the other hand, I didn't want to go anywhere or talk to anybody. So so I just pretty much
Yeah.
stayed here.
So I'm working these days. Job, which is pretty cool. Which means I'm making a paycheck for the first time since Obama's inauguration.
Wow.
So
What's
Well done.
what's the job?
I am a teacher's assistant in a Montessori school,
Cool.
so it's pretty
Te-
cool.
Sorry,
It's
did
more
you say
time.
in a monastery school?
Montessori?
Oh, Montessori.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said monastery. I was like, what?
That's funny. Well, that's
So,
good. Yeah,
pretty
teach
cool stuff.
them youngins.
I am Miss Raven to a whole bunch of little kids.
Cool.
So
That's excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
I was feeling a bit cavey before jumping on. I looked at the message from Raven. I was like, not without coffee. No. So I made some coffee first.
Right. Well,
It's tastefully told.
attempt number 3.
All right. Take
Yeah,
care,
Brian.
Brian. Good to see you.
Take it easy.
I made well, I already had the sauce made from like a week ago. So, but I made shrimp etouffee tonight.
Ooh, nice.
So yeah, I made it like just over a week ago, and I had a the recipe calls for like quite a lot of you make quite a lot of sauce. I think it's supposed to use like twice as much shrimp as I use, but I'm just cooking. Suzanne's allergic and she doesn't like Cajun food to begin with, so I only make enough for me.
I've never had etouffee, but I want it.
It's really good.
Have you played with the size of the shrimp versus the flavor?
I did because like the previous time I didn't cut the shrimp up, and it just made it very difficult to eat. So this time I cut the shrimp in 2 to 3 pieces, depending on the size of the shrimp.
It's the number count of like how many per pound is the size of the shrimp. And the reason why they use the little tiny ones in like cup of noodles is because they're the most flavorful. They would take big ones and chop them up just as easily and dehydrate them. But if you take the little tiny miniature ones and put those in the cup of noodles, they have more bang for your size.
Really interesting.
Sometimes you play with the sizes to get the right flavor.
Yeah, I mean I'll have to try that. The only thing is though, the smaller ones are harder to clean,
Yeah,
and I don't fancy eating shrimp feces. So,
yeah.
Really?
I don't even like the word deveining because it's not a vein. It's the intestinal tract that you're removing.
right.
Yeah, I prefer if I get fried shrimp, I want it butterflied.
Yeah.
Because then it's been deveined.
Yeah, I do not like basically like I won't get anything smaller than the 16 to 21 because beyond that it's just too hard to clean. Like if you had your own shrimp tank, you could move them into not a freshwater tank, but a clean water tank and don't feed them for a few days and they'd purge. But since I don't have one of those.
Have you heard of the colonizer cuisine dish of the suckling pig?
No.
It's
Well, I've heard of suckling pig.
really real. Brian's in the chat trying to sell you on it.
Babies are always just that's funny. That is funny. well, we are atheists, so
Yeah. So the last I saw of Raven online, I was actually it was something about the recent goings on in the Middle East, and everyone has an opinion on this thing, and I have found myself just engrossed in watching different opinions on it, and getting more and more educated on what's going on there. But and then I see Joe's post, and it's about like how we still don't have a Speaker of the House. And one of the things that I was thinking about, like the benefit of that, is that we can't get a spending bill passed that would send more money to like big clusterfucks, because it's just like sending more
They'll find a way.
war toys and more misery to the rest of the world. I'm like,
Well,
we can take a second to think about that. For
well, see,
right
one of the so-called clusterfucks I am very happy to send money to. The other one, not as much. See, actually, the things I've actually been avoiding all the opinions. I mean, I see them anyway, so because there's people are very happy to put them out there. It was funny. I saw one guy, a guy I know, he posted this video. He's like, "This isn't about politics. This is about whatever." And you watch it, and the video is very political. And it's like, dude, do you know what the word politics means? It's not just people getting elected. It's a lot of stuff. And what pisses me off the most about the whole thing is the very binary tribalism, about who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. There can be, it can be deeper than all that, and so I'm like, look, so my thing is, okay, the Hamas's attack on civilians, dead wrong. It's always wrong to purposely attack civilians. End of story. But it's also wrong when the Israelis do it too.
Yeah, there are no good guys. There are no good guys in this. And, like I was saying earlier, the civilians on both sides are the victims.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and the thing about it is, I mean, the other problem too is that, okay, again, I completely rebuke what Hamas did, right? So let's get that totally clear. So somebody out there is itching to twist my words. Not YouTube, but there are other people out there. But none of this is happening in a vacuum, right? So sometimes people will make a very bad choice because of other things that are going on, right? And so the thing about it is, so I was trying. I didn't want to get into it, right? Because I didn't want to. I knew it was going to be a friendship ending conversation, so I let it go. But their thing was like, well, basically Israel should be able to do whatever it wants because Hamas killed civilians. I'm like, well, do you understand that part of in the mind of Hamas terrorists, they're looking at civilians that the Israelis killed and they justifying themselves based on the same thing. You understand that, so I'm like, how, and that's why I'm very glad that that Biden went over there, and it seems to have gotten them to like back off the full scale invasion and pushing all the because that's what I don't put past Netanyahu for one fucking second to I mean, because we warned them that this was coming, right? When that's been made clear. This is not a conspiracy theory. We told them. I mean, this is public knowledge. I wouldn't put it past that evil fuck to basically let it happen as a pretext for basically wiping, basically pushing the Palestinians completely out of Gaza.
Yeah.
Now, did that happen? I don't know. I'm speculating, but I wouldn't put it past him.
I have a speculation. I haven't seen anyone else like vocalize it the way that I would want it, but it goes like this. These are people with paramotors, right? They've got a big fan strapped to their back. They've got a parachute, right?
Mm.
And they land. They shoot up a EDM concert. They take hostages and all that. My thing is, you cannot pilot a parasail the first time with a gun strapped on your back and like reliably land all in the same place,
right.
in a formation. If that is your first time ever using a parasail, right? So Gaza is about the size of Philadelphia.
Right.
It has cameras all over the place, checkpoints all over the place. Israel is watching that place all the time. If they saw that they all of a sudden had the ability to parasail, they would prepare for it. Right. So my idea is these special guerrilla warfare guys that have parasails, they were not trained to do that in Gaza.
Right.
They did not have a training strip in Gaza to do that. They learned it somewhere else, somewhere not in Israel, not on the West Bank, not in Gaza.
Right.
I think they learned it in Iran.
I think you're 100% right.
Right. And nobody's saying this out loud in the media, but like, this is, like you said, it's not in a vacuum. And for that part of it, this is a proxy war.
Yes.
right?
Oh, yeah.
A whole different other country sponsors the attack,
Hmm.
and yet the Gazans are the one who have to. They're the ones who have to pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it's particularly Hezbollah who has joined in with this fucking atrocity. Hezbollah is directly funded by the Iranian government. We know this,
Mhm.
and and that's why like there was something a few days ago where Iran started like saber rattling, and I'm like, dude, this is not your time to fuck around, because right now between the Israelis on full alert and we just moved the second carrier over in that area, I wouldn't. And I'll tell you what, as much as I'm not happy with what the Israelis are doing and have done with the Gazan civilians, if Iran fucks around, if I was in charge, Iran's in trouble, because I'd fucking bomb the fuck out of them.
While I don't like anyone dying, like I'm all about everyone living at the end of the day. And this attack that Hamas did with these parasailers that were not trained in Gaza, and I find it hard to believe that they were in Gaza. How did they get in there? They stuck themselves in because it's so locked down, open air prison style.
And where did they launch from? Because I mean, a bunch of guys on top of a building or have something, and would there even be enough range?
You need a runway to launch those things.
Yeah,
you can get on top of a building and just let it catch the air, and you're good.
How far can you go?
50 miles.
Oh, okay, all right.
It just depends on how. Like you can even modify the gas tank to go further. But if you just had something about the size of a gas tank to refill your lawnmower, you can get 50 miles.
Wow.
The entire thing, there's so much dishonesty, and it's just like, this isn't fog of war type stuff. This is like blatant dishonesty in order to sway the court of public opinion. It's like, they're beheading babies and they're burning families in front of their children, and it's just like most of that stuff has been like completely debunked. It just isn't true. It isn't happening. And for the military power in the region and our closest ally in the region to be saying that to us when it so easily has been debunked, it's just like, the fuck are you people doing?
Yeah.
what are you doing? And the other side, then the other side is just as dishonest, and it's just like, really, like the hospital.
Right.
Yeah. So rockets kill 1 or 2 people each time they land for like the last 1,000 shots they've taken, and all of a sudden you want me to believe that they can kill like 500 with one rocket?
Yeah.
Right. Like, no, they didn't just get one super rocket and then hit their own hospital with it. Same hospital attacked earlier in the week, like by the Israelis. They take out 15 other hospitals.
There was an Israeli, I don't know what his position was. He was like speaking on behalf of Israel, though, on the news. And he was asked about, if they had hit the hospital. And he said, Israel doesn't target hospitals. It's like, okay, that wasn't the question.
Right. It's also not true.
It's
also not true. But it's not the question. Why don't you answer the question that was actually asked?
And then, they had their one Twitter account that took credit for it. And then when they saw the public backlash, they deleted the tweet. But we all have the record of it.
Right. I mean, I wish I knew who said it first, because it's been said a long time ago. But like, the first casualty in war is the truth.
Yes.
And the thing is, what bothers me about it, like you said, why are the people making up the lies? Because they know it works, right? It doesn't matter. Like, see, rational people will wait and see, and then look at the evidence and say, okay, all right, that's true. Or yeah, no, Israeli didn't, this time didn't attack the hospital, and it was more likely an errant Hamas rocket that because plus the other thing too is the fact that the rocket landed in the parking lot and not on the hospital. If Israeli wanted to bomb the hospital, they would have bombed the fucking hospital, and it would have been, it would have been a pile of rubble. But it's just that the shit works because again, it's tribal, right? Everybody's like, and that's what the guy I was talking about. The video he shared is like basically you're either with Hamas or you're with Israel, and totally ignoring the civilians, right? It's like, well, no, I can say yes, Israel should destroy Hamas and Hezbollah, but say be really careful, don't just indiscriminately kill civilians, right? And certainly don't target them on purpose out of revenge, and don't commit genocide, and don't drive the people out of
Because
their
even
house.
if they're indiscriminately killing civilians accidentally,
Right,
right,
accidentally.
in order to dismantle Hamas, all they're doing is creating a new Hamas.
Well, and this has been the problem, like when they've done the thing of like if somebody does like a suicide bombing, and then because there's nobody there to punish because the guy's dead, so then they go and they knock their family's house down. I'm like, how the fuck is that just?
Right.
What fucking medieval bullshit world are we living in here?
There was a guy on MSNBC, Israeli. I don't know what he's a contributor to MSNBC about Israeli stuff, and he was saying he was talking about anti-Semitism, and he basically said that being against the Israeli people, being against the Jewish people, is anti-Semitism, but so is being against the government of Israel. And it's just like, no, it's not. That's not how these things work.
That's right. Yeah. Being against Jews, being against Israel, existing because it's the Jewish state, that's anti-Semitic. Being against the government, the current government, the Likud government, and its fucking fucking thug leader, that's not anti-Semitic. And I love when they fucking throw that shit at me. Oh, it's Josh.
Oh, and he says,
there is a name I haven't seen in forever and a half.
What I don't like to admit is that this Hamas attack that started this episode of the whole war, what it has had as a net effect is I actually am more sympathetic towards Palestine.
That has been a lot of people.
Facts from what happened before that.
Right.
I'm stunned that I didn't know all this stuff before this episode, but now I'm like, hey, let's learn a little bit more about the whole thing. And I'm like,
well, and especially too,
what Israel's doing.
Well, especially the fact of the matter is we've been kind of lied to by everybody for a long time. This whole conflict has nothing to do with religion at all. Religion is the excuse that either side, the extremists on either side, use as to why they have a claim to the land or why the other guys are bad and all this kind of stuff. It's all about land rights and water rights and a bunch of stuff like that, yeah, it's just I'm just so fucking tired. And well, especially when they try to throw the anti-Semitic, hasn't happened too often, but somebody tries to throw anti-Semitic at me, and I take out my Jewish pictures of my Jewish ancestors and shove them in their face. Like, yeah, fuck you.
I blocked one person who I probably should have blocked a long time ago, years ago, but it was because for just questioning things, I got accused of being a thinly veiled anti-Semite. And I'm like, no, I just don't like, what I see as being war crimes on both sides. The whole learning that the water and electricity and everything was cut off from Gaza and then, moving 1 million people and giving them just 24 hours to do it. It's insane.
Yeah, it's a war crime. I mean, and the thing is, here's the other part of it too, is I could say that one side's war crimes are worse than the other.
Yeah.
But still be against all war crimes. Yeah, like Hamas just targeted, fucking just raining rockets down on civilians and attacking a concert and killing people. I got nothing for them. They need to die.
My counter to that now is just looking at the straight up body counts on both sides of this war, year after year. The Palestinians have been like ratioed here. It's like The Israelis are so much better at what they're doing, and they just have a better PR campaign around it. They're not attacking an EDM concert; they're shelling, whole apartment complexes, and the first shot is like a warning explosion, and then maybe they call somebody in the building and say, "Hey, you have a minute to get out of there," but then they're leveling whole buildings like day after day. And
Well, and it also comes down to bigotry because basically Americans don't give a fuck about a bunch of dead brown people or Muslims or anything like that.
yeah,
I mean, it's simple as that.
and for saying that could be the case, I got called an anti-Semite, and I'm like, I don't think it's anti-Semitic to say that, like, hey, why don't we care more about brown people?
Right, that has nothing to do with Semitism. That's actually technically, it has nothing to do with Jewish people at all. It has everything to do with Americans being bigoted against black and brown people. Which
I actually learned that there are Christians in Gaza that are trapped there.
Yeah.
There are also Jewish people from Ethiopia that are trapped in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not really one religion that they're purging there. I also learned they have nightclubs and they sell alcohol.
Yeah.
In Gaza, and I was like, that doesn't sound like a really a Sharia law Muslim place. It sounds like
it's not Saudi, right? It's not Saudi. Who by the way, ironically, we get along with just fine. Unfortunately.
So I wanted to say real quick that Meridian Frost.
Yeah.
Josh, I sent you a link to the show to come on and be on the panel if you want to stop in
Put up
for
or shut up.
minutes.
Yeah, last I saw Josh, he was on Forged in Fire, winning on Forged in Fire.
Oh, he was on the show?
He was, which was really fucking cool. I'm watching it with Suzanne. I'm like, I know that dude.
Did it kill?
It killed.
It killed. Ooh.
He killed. He did well. Obviously, he won, right? He did extremely well. But yeah, it was really cool.
Every so often we talk about the old days on the interwebs and YouTube and all the stuff that we used to do. And Josh is one of the people that I think of the most when I talk about that stuff because I was a huge fan of a lot of his videos, and even though we're friends on Facebook, we really don't talk much anymore. He is very, very busy in a lot of the stuff that he does. He does a lot of really wild stuff. You know what? When the shit hits the fan and you have to have somebody in your camp, you want to have Josh, because he'll know how to do everything. Do you need something done? He knows how to do it. Yeah.
Well, I remember when Josh was doing the Aqua Regia to do the extract gold and silver from electronic parts, which I thought was really cool. I actually almost ended up doing that commercially, but I ended up not doing it.
Really?
Yeah. In part, because I found you could buy boards up relatively cheap. The problem is, there's no guarantee as to what the gold and silver content was going to be. So, and to make it worthwhile, I figured it out to really make it really worthwhile. It was going to be an investment about $30,000 because you needed to have the grinder to basically grind everything down in little bits, because otherwise it's too bulky. But you could buy boards in bulk, and then you got to get the chemicals, which I could get. But it was just, and the problem is I didn't really have a safe place to do it too. So that was another part of it. Because it's one thing if Josh is doing small and small quantities. If you're doing it, you need some space, and I wasn't prepared to do, because then there's permitting and a whole bunch of other shit, and fuck
it. Well, I don't know if you'll come on, Josh, or not. I don't know. It's up to you, obviously. But I did on Facebook, on Messenger. I sent you to the Joshua Frost account. I sent you the link. So if you want to pop in, that's cool. If not, that's cool too.
He should pop.
So I think he should pop in.
Yeah.
It was, and whether you want to call those days a community or not. I know some people kind of like recoil at that. That's cool. All right.
Can you mic up? You don't need to be on camera.
Yeah, we like talking avatars too.
Yeah, think about it. I always find it bizarre the people who are like so dead set against calling it a community. Like we're a bunch of people that hung out together and talked about the common shit. Like that's a community,
They're like, oh, we don't all like get along or we don't like each other. And it's just like, hey, there are a lot of people in my physical community that I don't know or I don't like.
Yeah. The community doesn't mean just the people people you like. It's I mean, how even the religionists that we sparred with, they were part of the community too, right? And some of them we got along well with, and some of them we hated, and some of them hated us. Hell, Nephi was part of our community. Yeah.
Moon Bukaki.
But because I remember, was it Atheist Aussie had done a video about that, about how he wasn't in the community, and I made a response saying, "Nah, man, I mean, if you think about physical community, I mean, I know my neighbors to this side now, but I didn't at the time, and the people that around the corner, they just moved, but they were here for years, and I barely knew them. I don't know the people behind. I don't associate with my neighbors, but they're still part of my community, whether I associate with them or not, because that's a physical thing. But as far as if I play games, right, I play strategy games, I'm part of the Starfleet universe community. So
Yeah.
it plays games by Amarillo Design Bureau.
My neighbors right here, I don't know them. When I see them, I wave. My neighbors over here, we keep saying we're going to hang out, and we just never do. But during the summertime, they always have good music playing. It's pretty loud, and there's nobody behind me for miles. It's wood. So bear, there's black bear. And Bob.
Bears are part of your community.
I filmed part of the solar eclipse, and when I got home, there was a kid I keep seeing. He has a Spider-Man bicycle helmet, and I gave him my solar sunglasses and taught him how to look up at the eclipse. That was for me. That was the last thing of community I had in the last 2 weeks, because right after that came down with COVID.
COVID isn't fun.
No.
No,
Wanting to be part of the community, that's for sure.
the community of people who don't like COVID, or community of people who've had COVID.
There are still communities on YouTube, and
Oh yeah,
if
sure.
you want to be a part of them, you can be. But I don't think people realize how much a community changes. Like every 6 months, there's just different actors in it, the players. I did not know this, but one of the anti-feminist channels was it was Bearing. I didn't know he was gone for like 5 years, but I saw a tweet where he came back. Like, oh, I didn't even know he was gone. Because I stopped interacting with that community.
Right.
For me, it was just frozen in time. He's never been gone. But apparently, people have been just thirsting for that sort of content.
Oh god, the He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Yeah, He-Man Woman Haters Club. There's like the trans community on YouTube, and I don't really consider myself to be a part of it, and I guess I am. I don't know. It's just
Well, do you
a
interact?
lot of these people are so extreme.
Yeah.
And on both sides, and it's just like the person who like looks like a man and dresses like a man and presents like a man and speaks like a man, who's trying to take supplements to lactate, and then saying on camera that they want to lactate and feed children. No, I don't accept him as part of my community, and I refuse to. I said him, and I refuse to refer to them, as a trans woman. I'm sorry that no.
Not trying.
But there are people that tell me that they'll say, like, "Oh, what are you, a trans medicalist?" and all this stuff doesn't matter. And it's just like, no, I'm sorry. There's just something really wrong with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to out Autumn for one of her intolerances. And we were walking around the Pride Fest together here in Denver. And every time she saw the furries that were in full furry outfit, Autumn does not accept that. But also, there's a different kind of furry that isn't like the fuzzy furries. This is like a leather dog mask.
Yeah,
Right.
that's not furry though. But yeah,
Yeah.
Leather dog mask that just sent Autumn up the wall. Like
Well,
that's
see,
not
see,
part of our community. And I'm like, wow, intolerant of the leather dog mask. I see.
well, see, the thing is, okay, it depends on how you define tolerance, right? Like, I'm tolerant and I don't give a fuck what people do, what gets them off. You know, as long as it doesn't involve children, I don't give a fuck. But I think furries are weirdos.
I'm an outsider looking in, walking through this Pride Fest, but I feel like the furries count if the furries are flying a rainbow flag in their hand or wearing a rainbow T-shirt with the furry costume, something that says something other than just furry. You have to be gay and furry to count at Pride Fest, because you could be anti-gay and furry. I can imagine that there are some people that are furry and completely like straight purist, you know.
Well, especially I ran into somebody years ago and they were talking about, like, you know, anti furry discrimination, and they were basically trying to make it seem as the furries have it as bad as, you know, the actual LGBTQ community. I'm like, yeah, when there are laws against being a furry, when there are, you know, people go, you know, when there's a, you know, going around like committing acts of violence against furries, when you know, or if there's countries where they're executing furries, then I'll you know, and I hope that never happens, mind you. But if that ever happens, then I'll say it's equal. But until then, you're somebody who's trying to glom onto somebody else's misery and claim it for your own, and fuck you.
Yeah, and a lot of these groups, and whether it's a fetish or whether it's like a lifestyle thing, or, you know, whatever it is, or, you know, an extreme interest, whatever it is, they glom onto, you know, a marginalized community. It isn't the same thing, and they glom onto it, and then they end up being a convenient face to argue against, to represent the whole.
Attack Joe with this one. So the one thing that's cringier than furry people saying that they're a part of a marginalized community that's being unfairly marginalized is when you go to a heavy metal concert and the act gets up there and says that, you know, they don't like our music, you know, and they're, you know, they're pushing us away from the more popular spaces, and we're now becoming part of the. I'm like, no, a lot of people like metal, you know.
Yeah, it's not like it was in like the late 70s, early 80s.
Like, I've watched football, and the lead into every commercial is like a really cool heavy metal riff every time.
Oh yeah,
Every time.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. There was a time, I remember, like when I was even in college, like the first few years in college, where there was like a group of us in my fraternity that we were metalheads, and like we were, you know, we weren't outsiders. We obviously were in a group, but we were kind of like, oh, you know, you guys are strange. You guys have some of these weird music tastes. And actually, what changed it, or started to change it, was Metallica's song "One," and that started winning people over because that got mainstream popularity. But yeah, I remember when metal was, you're a metalhead, you're a weirdo, you're you're dangerous or whatever. But yeah, those days are long
Long gone.
long gone.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know. I did. As much as I complain about Blair White, she recently did a video where she was talking about that channel, that Jubilee, where they do all these things like, you know, trans people, liberal trans people, and conservative trans people, and they pit them against each other in like a debate.
Yeah.
And as much as I can't stand her, the entire thing was biased against her.
Yeah.
So the producers of the show allowed the liberals on the panel to attack her. And every time she tried to defend herself, they were like, cut. And they didn't really let her speak. And they didn't let her respond to criticisms against her. Some of the criticisms were, in my opinion, fair and correct, and some were a little off. But she wasn't allowed to really. And it's just like, I can't stand you. I think you're a disgusting person, and I really despise you. But yeah, they did kind of treat you like shit.
Makes me wonder if they brought her on for that purpose, just to beat her up.
Oh, they had to. Yeah, they had to. One of the girls that was there she was a black trans woman who went after Blair on race stuff and said that her whiteness, that her blackness has to pay for Blair's whiteness, and Blair's not white. she's Latina. I mean, she's Spanish. She's not white, and it's just like, and Blair didn't even correct her. She's just like,
yeah.
So Blair has her own platform, and all she has to do to overcome what happened to her is to make a video.
Yeah, that's what she did. That's why I know about it, because I watched some of her videos just to see what she's talking about now. She has stopped trumpeting a lot of the misinformation that she was talking about with Buck. I don't see that come up anymore. I don't know if she just got tired of the topic, or if somebody had corrected her. I don't know.
So here's what Blair has done recently that I find completely unforgivable. And that was lending her credence to the up-and-coming rap star Tom MacDonald. Now, Tom MacDonald is basically one of those conservatives in libertarian clothing that
Right.
All of his raps have a political bent to them that all lean conservative.
Right.
But aside from the raps, which you can find anti-trans lyrics in the raps, go to his shorts on his YouTube page, and he's always like, "Oh, and we're dropping a new song on Friday." But these shorts, they do like little comedy skits for like a minute. So many of them are anti-trans.
Yeah.
Right. Blair White was in one of Tom MacDonald's music videos before he, basically showed his ass. But now that the cat's out of the bag, that they are conservative rappers, they are not pulling any punches in these shorts, and they are like anti-trans, anti-non-binary, stamp queer kids out of school. Like it's just horrible shit that's in these shorts.
Yeah.
So
I blame Blair for all of this. Like
she has a history of partnering with or associating with people who have an anti-trans bent to them. She was a huge supporter of Ben Shapiro for a long time, and then after it was one of the more recent shootings where the shooter was trans, and Ben Shapiro went on this big thing about it should be illegal for trans people to have guns because being trans is a mental illness. Well, Blair is a huge gun advocate. She has a pink AR-15. So she went off on this whole rant about don't come after my gun. And it's just like, girl, what is wrong with you? Don't you understand? Eventually they're going to come for you. You're a useful idiot. They don't care.
Like what I always say to Kazum, right? Like you're stumping for them, but when it comes down to it, you'll be up against the wall with the rest of us. They don't like you. You're useful to them, and
there's one in the spotlight. He don't look right.
But
him up against the wall.
But what ends up happening? But here's the thing, every marginalized group in history, there's always been collaborators because they like that power that they have for a little while. For a little while, anyway, they have a little more power than the rest of the people, and they like it. Well, I didn't share it on Facebook because I have too many people who hate Bill Burr, so I didn't want to, I didn't want that conversation. But and he pisses me off a lot of times too. But he did this really great rant about like it was about white women allies when they start attacking white men. He's like, yeah, but you've been right there with us doing all this shit. You helped us do the get away with this crap. So you better watch your tread lightly because your hands are not clean. And I'm like, yeah, all right, Bill. Yeah. And I'm sure he's learned that from his black wife.
Oh, his wife is black?
Yeah, and I'm sure she's laid that out, I'm sure, several times to him. But yeah, it's true. It's like, and actually something that Tracy used to always talk about too, about and that's that she recognizes, right? It's like, hey, like okay, we talked many times before about the wage gap. The wage gap's a real thing, right? But when you break down the wage gap by race and then throw in well, for one, by rate, white women do better than all other women by far. And then when you look at white professionals versus black professionals or Latina professionals, white professional women make almost as much as white men. Not quite. There's a gap. It's like 4 or 5%, which is not good. But it's like, so when you hear like educated white professional women talk about the 77 cents, I'm like, yeah, that's not you. You're basically taking, again, when we were talking about before, it's like, well, you're not getting paid 77 cents.
Appropriate somebody else's misery.
It's a bunch of black women and Latina women that are getting fucking totally shit hammered. And so step off a little bit because you're claiming a level of oppression that's not accurate for you.
Yeah.
For Latina women, it's 43 cents.
So on today, I saw a post came up on New Jersey Transgender Support Group, and this individual posted a thing saying that they had gone to 7-Eleven and the employees started to harass them, and as they were leaving, the employees approached them and physically touched them and pushed them out through the door, knocking them down. And they said that their boyfriend was with them and called the cops. The cops came and took the side of the employees, and that they're posting it on the support group page because they didn't know what else to do since the authorities did not help them out.
Right.
And I mean, there are people saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you," and all that kind of stuff. And I'm reading it, and I'm thinking, I actually don't even believe that this happened. They said, "Oh, the cop is misgendering them, and they're a trans woman," and they just felt bad that the cops were misgendering them, and that they believe that the cops, didn't help them out because they're trans, and because they have a record of stealing a can of soda when they were homeless at some point. And I'm like, I none of this. I just don't believe it.
How come?
It just sounded too fantastical. It was just. So I went to their Facebook page, and their profile picture is them, and they got a great big neck beard and big blue patch of hair in the front. And my first thought is, you're upset that the cops are misgendering you. How would they know? Like, how would they know? Like, you can't just assume that everybody knows everything about you. When if cops misgender me, that would be, are you blind or are you just cruel?
Right.
But I mean,
bearded lady.
But I mean, no, they had. That's why I'm not saying he or she. I'm just going to say they because, but they've got short hair, a man's haircut, dressed as a man with a great big beard on their neck. I mean, how would anybody know?
It would confuse people. Yeah, I mean,
so there's that. And then I scroll through their thing, and all of their posts are, "Please give us money because neither one of us have jobs, and we were living in our car, and then the car got totaled, and we got thrown out of our apartment for being trans and gay." And it's no, this is New Jersey. You know, you're not in fucking Bama. This is
Yeah.
New Jersey.
All this would be in New Jersey.
You'd own that house. Yeah, it was a New Jersey transgender New Jersey support group. You know,
Oh.
get a lawyer. You'll own the house. The town that the police are in will be paying for you, and you know, for the rest of your life. You want surgeries? It's paid for. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's just I just don't buy it.
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of where you live, Raven, and maybe a couple spots in South Jersey near Philadelphia, I mean, yeah, I mean, New Jersey's pretty trans friendly for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, and I, you know, live in Trump country, and you know, have not had an issue. So I, you know, they can't work because they're trans. I work in a school in Trump country.
Right.
I just
not hear you. Well, and the thing is, I was trying to explain this to another friend of mine recently about, and I'm not going to say that this is what people have. I'm just going to say it's similar to, because again, I'm not. Mike's the professional here. I am certainly not.
Right.
But I explained to my friend about Munchausen and Munchausen by proxy, about how there are people who seek out victimhood because they like the attention, or they seek out the attention of being the caretaker of somebody else who was a victim, and sometimes make, you know, where they'll even poison their own children or their mother or whoever, right, just so they can get the attention, or you know, or the people who there was one woman not that long ago who got outed where she claimed that she had cancer, and everyone was, you know, giving her all the sympathy and everything, and then it came out that she didn't have cancer, and then she was like, "Oh, you know, I'm sorry," and then was surprised by the backlash. I'm like, "Look, you evil person, you know, you manipulate everybody," and but yeah, I'm like this is the thing, you know, because my friend was dealing with somebody who, he's an artist and was always claiming that, well, you know, he has all this great art, and but you know, he never had anybody help him to set up a business so he could, like, you know, really make money off of his art. And so my friend, she's the type of person, like, when she's on a mission, she's dedicated, right? She's just like, you know, and it's something she's always wanted to do. She likes being involved in music. So she was really, like, you know, making calls and making contacts and all these things to try to help him. And then he wasn't, when she was, you know, trying to get his feedback and try to get him involved with what she was doing, and he was not getting back to her. Yeah, I knocked over some cans. Not getting back to her. And then, you know, he finally did, and basically accused her of taking over and all that stuff. And I was like, look, this guy doesn't actually want to do any of that. He's the heavy disassociated artist. This is somebody who he likes the adulation of going places and being the artist, but he doesn't actually want to do any work. And he'd rather, like, oh, poor me, no one will help me, I'm the tortured artist. But when push came to shove, I mean, she actually had people that were actually looking to buy his art, and he basically blew her off, right? So I'm like, he didn't.
I have a friend like that. I have a friend like that, artist, the tortured artist, the starving artist, is really talented.
Yeah.
It's impossible to get them to churn out any work.
I have a piece that I've been working on.
We weren't talking about you, Michael.
Yeah, that fits this theme. So this is a portrait I've been working on, right?
Oh, who is it?
Yeah. I just want to point out that the fringes of this are actually, you know, that's shredded cash.
Oh, cool. Dollar bill, y'all.
Dollar bill, y'all. Is that the title of the painting? Dollar bill, y'all? It should be.
That's what it should be. But
it's legal shredded cash because it came from the Money Museum, because I live in a city with a mint.
Oh, nice.
Both have.
Yo, I've heard that your city is mint.
Yeah, but yeah, there are people who say that they are artists. Like, when somebody asks me, "What do you do?" they mean, "What do you do for a living?"
Right.
And so, of course, I'm going to tell them I'm a therapist, right? There are people who will answer artist,
addiction counselor,
yeah, or addiction counselor, or like I have both credentials now, right? And so there are people who will answer artist, and I sold more last year than they did,
right?
And I hardly sold anything last year. And there's people that you ask them, okay, well, you sold one painting for $500 last year. Who bought it? their aunt. It doesn't count. She asked to buy your shit.
Right.
Right? And you sold it for $500, but you bought this giant canvas that you didn't build yourself, and it was like $200 for the canvas. Then you put $400 worth of oil paint slathered on this thing because you used the most expensive paint in the world, right? And then you sold it at a loss.
Right.
That's and yeah, you can call yourself an artist if that's what you spend the most of your time doing, but you're not doing it for a living.
No.
You know,
Well,
that's
I
not
guess-
what people mean when they ask, "What do you do?" They want to know that you work at Wendy's.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I mean, this guy, and I've seen his art. He does quite a lot of art, and he shows it around. But yeah, yeah, it's funny because my friend, she always keeps thinking, she believes in psychic, so she's like, "Are you psychic?" I'm like, "No, I've been around a lot of people, and again, I don't have any credential, but you observe people long enough, you pick some shit up, and I'm usually pretty good at people who are like users and takers, right? That they view everyone in the world as a potential mark, and I know because I used to be manipulated. These people used to manipulate me. I used to be an easy mark because I'd be empathetic, and they would see me and they would say all the things that I wanted or needed to hear, and they pushed all the buttons and clicked all the dials. And they were very good at manipulating me. And then eventually,
Like a vending machine.
yeah, and basically, eventually, reached a point where I finally got wise to it after many, many painful lessons. So now I'm aware of it, and I can smell it coming. And there's been several times where interactions she's had with people that she knows, and I'm like, I warn her, and then when it comes true, then she's like, oh, you got to be psychic. I'm like, nope. I just observe it. Like that. You ever see that show Psych that used to be on?
Yeah.
That was a good show.
Oh, I never saw it.
It was a good show. In fact, we just started rewatching it because it's on Peacock. So we were like partway, like about a third of the way through season 1. But yeah, basically a guy who's just like hyper vigilant and very aware. And so he parlays that into tricking everyone into thinking he's a psychic when he's totally not.
I finally got Discord to work. Well, hey, Brian J., if you ever see this, I finally got this to work.
I hate Discord.
I don't know.
It's a mess. It has a shitty interface. Oh, we were talking before, real quick. We were talking before about like inviting somebody on just to tear the shit out of them. I'm sure that's how Ann Coulter was invited to that one Comedy Central roast. They invited her on there just so they could abuse her. And she got her time to tell jokes. But the thing is, they actually offered, like for everyone that's on there, they have comedy writers, and they're like, oh, we'll write jokes for you, right? And she refused and wanted to write her own jokes, and her jokes are terrible. They're not funny. They're typical right-wing jokes, right? They're mean.
Yeah, conservatives aren't funny.
They're not. No, because basically everything that they think is funny is mean, mean-spirited, and
it's fourth grade. It's fourth grade humor.
Yeah.
You're ugly. No, it's not funny.
Well, that's like now if I run into them, and because again, just like kids, they like, oh, you're fat, and so I'm like, so I always like jump on the train with them, which they don't know what the fuck to do then. So I'm like, oh, so fucking funny, man, dude, I got diabetes, I'm gonna fucking die younger than I should. That's fucking hilarious. And then they're like, they didn't know what to do. Yeah. You totally disarm them because it's like I'll join in and making fun of myself. Now what? Yeah. You can't hurt me, haha. You have no power over me.
You have no power here. Be gone. Oh man. So let me think. What else is going on? Like the whole world in general is just really dull these days,
Nothing happening yet.
Nope.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. After over a year and a half, not only have the Russians not learned from their terrible mistakes, they're making bigger ones now.
I have no idea what's even going on over there anymore. There are so many other things.
They've got this one city of Avdiivka kind of semi surrounded, but not enough to cut off the supplies, and they're desperate to take it. And in the last like 10 days, they've lost hundreds of armored vehicles, tanks, and APCs and IFVs and IIFVs, because they're just throwing meat waves at it, and they're just like, and they so the Ukrainians have been dug in for since the beginning of the war. They let all the artillery sighted down to the millimeter, and, and they just there's fucking and they got the height the terrain advantage and the altitude advantage, and they just been tearing these guys up, and they're just throwing away like over 1,000 guys a day. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? It's like, what the fuck? Like I want Ukraine to win, but holy shit,
Yeah. So okay, and here, stateside, you got Donald Trump and the pair of flippers.
It's so
I'm calling them now the pair of flippers.
Isn't it great?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's just I don't see how he doesn't go to jail at this point.
Yeah.
Like I just don't, unless like the entire process gets bogged down and he wins the election. I think that's the only thing that can save him now.
Yeah. Which is why he's running in the first place, right?
This is why he's running in the first place. And I mean, I'm not saying Joe Biden is a bad president. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I won't vote for him because I am going to vote for him. It's just that's the best we got.
I mean, one thing that I am hoping, and it's interesting because, like, I'm sure you watch Beau of the Fifth Column, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Beau's, and Beau's made it very clear. Biden's not his guy, right? Beau is, pretty far to the left. He's a left wing anarchist, right?
Right.
But even he keeps trying to point out to self-titled progressives like he's doing good stuff, and basically Beau's a pragmatist at the end of the day. So he's like, well, yeah, you weren't going to get, now, you won't get this, but you weren't going to get that anyway, and so, like stagnation is better than retrograde, right?
Yeah,
stagnation sucks,
Agreed. It just seems at this point in this stage of the game, it doesn't seem smart to put the fate of the election in the country in the hands of somebody who could just die at any minute.
I agree. I would have preferred him to step aside, but he didn't.
I mean, it's just listening to him speak and watching him walk and watching him try to do both at the same time. It's painful. And they had him on something. They were on MSNBC. He was, getting off an airplane or on the airplane, whatever. I don't remember which. All I remember is watching going, oh my God, this is painful to watch. And then all of the anchors and stuff talking about how lively he looked and he's ready to take on the challenge. And it's just like, did we just watch the same clip? Because he's barely alive.
Well, we have a serious problem in this country of people at the top end of politics across the board thinking that they're more important than they should be, certainly. I mean, obviously, when Feinstein died, but Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? If Ruth Bader Ginsburg had retired when Obama asked her to, we'd be in a better spot right now.
In
Yeah.
defense,
She said, like, well, who could get to replace me? It's like, dear, somebody's going to, whether because you're not going. None of us lives forever. So yeah, maybe it's
It's going to happen eventually. We want
Right.
one of the good guys to put someone in.
in defense of Feinstein dying so old in office, it still might not affect her reelection campaign.
but well, see, that's the other thing. That's the flip side of it too, though. is that we can complain. I like George Carlin made the point of how he doesn't complain. He made the point of how he didn't complain about politicians. He's like, well, where do they come from? From American homes, American schools, American, institutions, American religions. We have the power, whether we use it or not. We have the power to replace all these assholes at any given, any given election.
Yeah,
and we don't. So it's our fault. And and the thing is, like that's why I was never really on board. I kind of changed my mind now, but only because unfortunately we don't get the result we need. But I was always against term limits because I'm like, we have the ultimate term limit. It's called the election, and you just say, hey, that person is no longer fit to do that job, and let's get somebody else. But we're so. I realized that, and I started saying this recently, and I have to throw a lot of disclaimers in just to make it clear what I'm saying and what I'm not saying. But at the end of the day, people don't really like to make choices.
No.
They like things that pretty much stay the same. And so we like the illusion of choice. Or, we don't like to be told what to do. Everyone's against being told what to do on paper. But in the end of the day, they actually are fine with it, right?
Right.
And that's why incumbents win 95, 96% of the time, because it's the name like the distinguished gentleman, it's the name you just we should, whoa, I heard that name before I push the button, and it's basically I've heard that name, and do I have a good opinion of that name or a bad opinion of that name?
So when I ran for commissioner, and I got 40% of the vote, which in my county is really good for a Democrat. Really good for a Democrat. Actually, in over 20 years, about 23 years now, it's the highest any Democrat has done in this county.
Which is awesome.
So I did pretty well. And a good amount of that was because of name recognition, because my last name is a very prominent name in this county and has been for hundreds of years. My family originated here, basically. I mean, this is where we're from.
Right.
You look back in map of the county in the 1600s, and property didn't really have addresses. It was more, the name of the person who owned it was on the map, and you'll see R.J. Slockbauer all over the place on the map.
Right.
And yeah, that's distant relative.
Yeah.
So I mean, and those names like that tend to carry. So a good deal of the vote that I got was because of my name.
And this is why dictators ever survive, right? Is because at the end of the day, it's as long as the dictator's not coming after them,
right?
People are fine with it. That's like if you remember when Trump was in office, there was that one woman that they interviewed, and basically her complaint was that because his policies were actually hurting red staters. And he's like, he's hurting the wrong people. Not he shouldn't be having policies to hurt people. He's hurting the wrong people. It's perfectly fine to hurt people, just hurt the right people. Right. There's a scene in Babylon 5. There's one character. He's a rich guy, and he said, "People don't seize power; they're given power." And if you think about it, Hitler was elected.
Yeah.
Right. But basically because effectively, right, because he was going to hurt the right people in the minds of the people who voted for him.
Right. And like the woman you're talking about with Trump, I mean, I've seen that clip where that woman said that, and it's just like it's unbelievable. But it's really not unbelievable.
No.
These people, they feel like people who are different than them, people like me, right? Need to be punished. There's a retribution that they're owed because people who are different than them are allowed to exist. And yeah, that's frightening.
Yeah, very much. But unfortunately, I mean, that's where we're at. And so really, I mean, so it's like term limits. So I come around on only because it may be the only way to stop what we have. I mean, you know, like Mitch McConnell hasn't, who's also he's in his 80s, hasn't decided if he's going to run or not. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You know,
Yeah, and I mean, how many times did he just go completely blank while speaking?
yeah, Glitch McConnell, right?
Yeah, I mean it's Glitch. Yeah, Glitch McConnell. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
hadn't heard that one.
And
That's-
somebody said to me, "Oh, that's ageist." I'm like, no, it's not, because here's two things. One, obviously, 50% of us will need to be institutionalized after a certain age, because that's what happens to human bodies. But the other part about it is that, you know, people making laws that they're not going to be around to face the consequences of. There's a problem with that. You know, and I've always been on the fence in the past, because I'm like, you know, on the one hand, you know, you want people who have experience to be there to kind of guide us and so forth and so on. And I think that's valuable. But there does come a point where it's like, okay, now it's time for you to step aside and let the next generation. And especially, as I'll tell you, as a Gen Xer, who basically our generation never, you know, we're too small to ever have had our day in the sun. And it's like, hey, boomers, get the fuck out of our way. We got 10 years left. Before, you know, we're kind of like the Prince Charles of democracy.
Ouch.
You know, where we're just sitting there waiting for Ma to kick off so we can get in there and be in charge for a little while.
Josh is concerned that Israel isn't free enough.
I concur that Israel should be free, just not free to slaughter the people of Gaza.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't want to go back on that topic.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
you know,
But
it's,
Gain you any friends, no matter what you land on with that one.
well, I mean, you know, like I said earlier, you know, my entire stance on the whole thing is there are no good guys. Both sides suck, and the victims are the civilians on both sides. It's a shit show.
well, that's why, and Ray, you actually, both of you are on my friends list. You've probably seen it. I haven't said much, but what I've said has been very much blanket, just like I'm against the intentional targeting of civilians, and not even saying who, and, you know, no hashtags, nothing. Like, take that for what, you know. And if anybody has a problem with that, then yeah, okay, I'm okay with letting that friendship break up. Because if you're gonna make it, you know, if you're gonna make excuses for either side for targeting, you know, civilians, you know, then we got a problem.
What makes me sick to my stomach in like learning about the Nakba and what's going on right now there is just my idea of Jews being the largest victims of the Holocaust. At least half of the people who died in that were Jewish, right? Well, by Germans in Germany, right? 6 of the 12 million were Jewish. So in my mind, prior to all this episode, I thought that maybe Israel would, you know, never do anything like that to anybody else. But what I'm seeing with Gaza is like people have described it as open air prison. I hear that like by a lot of people, but I look at it, I'm like, that's a fucking concentration camp.
Did you ever hear the Tool song "Prison Sex"?
Yeah,
Do unto others what has been done to you.
yeah.
That's the mentality.
And I get this sick feeling in my stomach that like anytime I think that I might want to express what I'm seeing, that like they're echoing what happened to them onto somebody else, that immediately some people's gut reaction is you're an anti-Semite. I'm like, no, I just see like it's bad no matter who's doing it to who.
Right.
Mhm.
And open air prison does not really, like, we treat our prisoners way better than that. Like,
Yeah. Which is a sad
we
statement.
have more prisoners than anyone, like with 2% of our population, right? But we don't treat them like that. That's not an open air prison. That's a concentration camp. That's preparation for extermination.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear people using the word apartheid a lot, whereas before this, I only heard it about South Africa,
South Africa.
right? I really feel like it's because people are afraid to make the comparison to Nazis when you're talking about Israel, because then you're an anti-Semite. So they go one step lower than that by calling it apartheid or calling it an open air prison. They won't use the parallels that are so fucking obvious.
Yeah.
Right? Another thing I learned that's really, really weird. You know how in Nazi Germany they had the triangles that they had to wear that different colors meant different things?
Right.
In Israel, Jewish people have one color of license plate and Arab people have another color of license plate.
Yeah.
I was like, what? This is how? How can you like segregate what color license plate people get? It's crazy.
Well, the other thing too, a lot of people don't realize there's about, I'm looking it up there because I couldn't remember what the percentage. So 1.6% of the population are Druze.
Okay.
And they're actually a subset of the Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say they're Christians, actually. Oh no, it's okay. It's a branch of Islam. Okay, but they're kind of separate, and they don't. And so basically, like they don't have all the obligations, but they don't have all the rights either.
Yeah.
So it's literally apartheid state. You know, it's. But I mean, like the thing basically, and Druze are different enough from the rest of Islam to be separate, to be distinct from Muslims.
There's another sick feeling I get when learning about this topic, and just the U.S. affiliation with Israel, because I already like growing up in America know that it has something to do with Christians wanting to push Jewish people into starting Armageddon because of a holy book.
Well, that's the basis of dominionism in the U.S.
So I already got that part. But what I see as far as like the last 50 years, 75 years is we've given so many billions of dollars to Israel. We now have the sunk cost fallacy.
Right.
Like, how can we stop supporting something that we have given over $100 billion to? And we give like $3 billion like every freaking year, right? How do we stop supporting something that we have sunk so much money into supporting?
Well, and it goes even further than that, because part of the problem, I had a discussion with about this about a year ago with a couple of friends, and they're like, "Oh, well, all these Arab armies." I'm like, the Arab hordes that you're talking about, those armies haven't existed for decades. Like they've been defeated between Israel and the United States, and then also attacking each other. Those forces, the Iraqi army was crushed. The Syrians have been busy blowing each other up. The Libyans have been busy, were busy blowing each other up. Egypt is no longer a threat, and Jordan's not a threat. And Lebanon, Israel beat the fuck out of them 3 times in the last 4 decades. So there's no armies out there that could even come close to standing up to. Plus the fact that geographically, there is not an easy path for any of them to do that anymore. So the reason why we were doing it before is like, yeah, there were. I mean, and they attacked several times, right? So you had the 67 war, you had the 73 Yom Kippur War, we had, it was 54. You had things where you could say, hey, the Arab hordes are trying to destroy Israel. That hasn't been true for like at least 30 years, but we still have the mindset that it's true. It's kind of like it's kind of like what we do with cops, right? We're like, oh, it's such a dangerous job, and like electricians, delivery drivers, a more dangerous job. For most, compared to most cops. I mean, if you're a cop in Newark or Trenton or some places like that, yeah, it's pretty rough. But for most cops, they're not. There's nationwide, there's like 50 to 70 cops that die from perpetrator actions every year out of 750,000 cops. Is tiny, and yet, but we've convinced ourselves that they're all walking into Beirut, so people put up with a lot of the shit that they do, and that's why we have cops that are out of control.
What's up, Tommy?
The one thing that I felt that I could comment on, I already made a video about, and that was that BetterHelp made an offer to help people in Israel by giving them free telehealth services, right? And so the official Twitter of Israel posts this great offer from BetterHelp. Then I go digging a little bit more, and I realize, well, the founders of BetterHelp, Alon Matas, the one that I had the email fight with like years ago, he's Israeli anyway. Like it was started as an Israeli company, so they're rooting for the home team there, right? And I immediately felt like sick in that, like, what if you actually worked for BetterHelp and your client was brown from any part of that region, and then you show up to do therapy with them and they're like, hey, I heard your boss is pro-Israel. That's an awkward conversation that you shouldn't have to have, that your employer has now taken sides in this issue, that like it's so muddy, right? And that some of your clients are not going to agree with the stance they take, no matter what the stance is, right? But what I found in watching this is that it's an empty offer, because number one, it's like, how many of the therapists that work for BetterHelp actually speak Hebrew well enough to be able to give care to Israelis? Number two, it doesn't matter if it's free, the offer, because Israelis have free healthcare. They have healthcare. They already have their own therapists, right? So it's like, why do they have universal health care and they're getting foreign aid from us and we don't have universal health care? And we keep giving them money. And I'm like, I want universal health care for my people. Like, can we just make a bill about that?
Let my people go to the doctor.
Like, aside from whether or not we're sending foreign aid to anyone, like, can we just do some good for our own people and just do the
No,
what?
that's socialism.
What?
Helping other people is not socialism. Helping ourselves is socialism, apparently.
Yeah, it's good enough for Israel.
Well, one thing I will say though, I am glad that we've been giving stuff to Ukraine, because first off, one of the things that's been kind of misreported or mischaracterized, when they say, oh, it's a $50 billion package or whatever, that's not $50 billion in cash. That's the value of the stuff we're giving, most of which we're giving out of storage, stuff we haven't used. And like those turns out those ATACMS missiles that we gave Ukraine recently, that they used to very good effect on a couple airfields. They were made in 1996. They were due for disposal. That we were literally going to throw them away, and we were like, "Here you go." we were going to throw this out anyway. Just go, just blow up some Russian shit. And yeah, they destroyed at least 9 or 10 helicopters and blew up a couple of fuel dumps, and did quite a job on Russian aviation with stuff we were throwing out.
Yeah. There's a lot of that stuff.
That's what I think is kind of funny about the Russian sympathizers who think that somehow the Russians are holding something back. I'm like, dude, they've been fighting for 19 months. They're not holding shit back. If they are, they've ground up, 6-figure casualties Maybe they should stop holding back. Well, meanwhile, we've been giving the Ukrainians cast-offs, and they're fucking pulverizing the Russians with them.
Some of the money that they've used extremely frugally as well. They made a weapon system out of a commercial off-the-shelf drone.
Yep.
Right? They 3D printed this device where the drone already had landing gear. Right? And so the landing gear would retract if you push a certain button. And so the bottom tines of it, they created this 3D printed device that could then hold the bomb. And so all they had to do was push the button to retract
the landing gear.
Retract the landing gear, and then it would release whatever it was carrying. And it was like the shelf technology that they just added a little tiny piece to.
Yep.
They donated all these old shells that were, probably going to be demolished anyway. They're getting old. Right? And these are shells that belonged propelled by other systems that, like, we didn't give them that. We just gave them the shells and drones. And if they drop one and it fails to explode when it hits the tank, these drones are so tiny the tanks can't knock them out of the sky. They return and they just reload them very easily.
Yep.
And so they're being so frugal with our money when they use attacks like that.
Yeah. And it's interesting watching. In a way, it's kind of analogous to what happened to us in Vietnam, only 10 times as much.
Mm-hmm.
Because you think about it, their casualties now are at least triple what our casualties were in Vietnam after, like, was it 12, 15 years, whatever it was. The other thing I noticed too, and one video I never made that I thought about making way back in the day, it was going to be called Droning On and On, because it was back during the Iraq invasion, and people were like grousing about, oh, drones are evil, and I kept saying, it's not the weapon system, it's the policy. It's how they're being employed, where they're being employed, how often they're being employed, because drones have had a much lower rate of collateral damage against civilians than conventional bombing did. I remember having an argument with Sierra about that they were like, oh, drones are so evil. And I went and found the statistics and the stats from Iraqis, not from us, because obviously we could manipulate things any way you want. The Iraqi statistics, and it's like we had killed like 2 orders of magnitude more, 2 or 3, maybe even 3 orders of magnitude more people, more civilians with conventional bombing than we did with drones. So I'm like, I don't know, that's easy math to me. But now if you have a problem of when, how, and why we're using them, that's a different discussion. That's a policy issue. But now I've noticed that conversation about, drones being evil has pretty much gone away, because people are starting to, they're actually a leveler. They're actually something that kind of takes some of the power away from the bigger powers, because, like you said, you got some cheap weapon system that can threaten a very expensive weapon system. So they're kind of a leveler for smaller powers.
At the very least, off the shelf without modification, it's reconnaissance.
Right.
It's 2 miles away, in the air, very good reconnaissance on the enemy that everyone has right in their local hobbyist shop.
Oh yeah, and it's made a huge difference with artillery, because, back in the day, if you were going to do artillery fire missions, you had to either send an aircraft, either a plane or a helicopter, over, and certainly for correcting fire, you needed a helicopter or something very slow, like an OV-10 Bronco or something really slow, or OV-1, that's very vulnerable to being shot down. Mm-hmm. And now, like you said, they got these drone that half the time people don't even know it's there.
And the drone can paint the target without being having the human life giving its location as the thing painting the target.
That's right. And so you end up having, like, I was watching some of these Ukrainian artillery strikes where, first set of rounds come in, and they got this drone in the sky, like, okay, correct this, correct that. The next set of rounds right on target. Fire for effect. I'm on target. The other thing was kind of wild too is when we first started sending over precision artillery shells, they were showing, like, the Ukrainians were firing. They were using standard shells at first, just for ranging, and they're trying to hit this Russian tank, and they were kind of scattered all over the place. And then they start firing the precision stuff, and it was like, there's a tank, ba-boom, there's another tank, ba-boom, there's another tank, ba-boom. So, the Russians are shooting like 100 rounds to do what the Ukrainians can do in 2 or 3.
War sucks.
It does suck, but the United States is rather good at it. We get a lot of practice.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, like, with all the people questioning whether this is World War III or not, it hasn't come to our shores. And whatever policy that they have in place that's keeping it not on our shores, it's working.
Well, basically, it won't. I mean, as long as Russia doesn't do something stupid like pop off a nuke, and it's not going to.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing I've been trying to tell right wingers when it comes to China, because they're all like, "Oh, China's going to get us." How? You ever look at how big the Pacific is? You ever any clue how much? Not only how many ships it would take to actually send significant land forces to invade, but the supply train that you got to run. And the amount of ships, just in cargo ships you require to maintain a force of that size, 7,000 miles away from home. Are you out of your mind? And they don't have the sea lift capacity, and they don't have the Navy to support it. Because the thing is, like, one of the things the Republicans are doing right now, they're like, oh, China's got like twice as many ships as us. Yeah, if you count every fucking canoe as a fucking ship. But whereas the U.S. naval tonnage is almost triple what the Chinese have. A lot of their navy is we're called littoral, littoral vessels, which are basically coastal defense vessels. They're not ocean going vessels. They would not survive in heavy pitching seas. So, they might be able to use it against Taiwan because the Taiwan Straits are only about 100 miles. So they might get lucky. But as far as sending it across the ocean, no way, no fucking way. Not to mention that we have 5 aircraft carriers between the Pacific, the Western and Eastern Pacific, plus the Indian Ocean.
There is a defense that Taiwan has that I don't hear enough credence given to, and that is that just as dependent on Taiwan's chips as we are, China is. And if they hurt the factories that are supplying them with the chips that, they'd want to take over the factories and protect them so that they can get all the chips, right?
Right.
That's not going to happen in a war effort. And especially in a last-ditch effort, Taiwan would blow up their own factories.
Oh, of course.
Right? Just to spite them. So their greatest defense is actually the fact that they're making those chips. That's what's keeping them from getting invaded, is that China needs those chips just as much as we do.
When you first said chips, I thought you said ships, and I was like, huh?
So one of the things that's eroding Taiwan's security now is that Joe Biden wants to bring chip manufacturing back to the United States. That's actually like making Taiwan less safe.
Yeah, the problem was the pandemic showed us that, like, depending on stuff to come from Asia is not good for our long-term health. I mean, because there's still a chip shortage in industry. You logging off?
Not yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not yet. Shortly.
But
Well, I, for one, was happy to hear that you are happily employed, but I still was kind of upset that you're not going to be free to run again in another election for another seat, because I would have voted for you if I was part of the constituency.
Well, thank you. I don't know. Peach wants me to run. I kind of do too, but it's just this environment. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, in the place that you're at, you're winning hearts and minds, and that can be even more effective than winning an election in that all the boomers are going to die, and all the generation that saw you working and knew that you were just a normal person, that's something, you know, and the bigots that are trying to raise their kids to hate trans people aren't going to be able to get past the fact that trans people are visible, to their kids in so many different places, and they don't look big and scary.
Nope. I mean, well, this is the reason why I said this before. Why the right wing has gotten so especially hostile and violent, because the demographics are going against them, and they know it. At some level, they know it, and that's why they feel like, well, they're losing the country. You're like, well, yeah, they're losing their dominance, and they don't like it. And so this is really their last opportunity to try to inculcate people with their bullshit. But yeah, they're the force of history is against them, and which is good. And that's why, I said before, like, ZJ is wrong about, wanting humans to live forever. I'm so glad that the people who owned slaves in the 1800s and prior are not alive anymore, because they'd still be pining, I want my slaves back.
Agreed. But I will say to Michael, though, you said about how they're not big and scary. I'm scary. So.
You're not scared.
You feel scary?
Yeah, I think I'm scary. I'm scary looking.
Did we say hi to Tommy? Tommy said hello.
I did, yeah.
Let's go. Hi, Tommy. You're still watching. And I got to say, Tommy has integrity, because we made that bet a while. I don't even remember what the bet was anymore. But we had a bet, and Tommy paid up right away. So,
Wow.
and quite frankly, most people don't pay up on bets, quite frankly.
Especially internet bets.
Especially internet bets. So Tommy's got integrity, and that makes a big difference.
If Josh's knives have been featured on Forged in Fire, how much do his knives cost now?
Yeah. Well, there was one person who won Forged in Fire that was actually in my town, and he was at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was gonna seek him out, because he did teach people how to forge, but apparently, like, his neighbors kept calling the police on him, and and he, well, obviously he's not doing anything wrong, but he was getting harassed, and he just got tired of it, and so he moved to Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yeah. And the guy, he makes these amazing knives. He tends to focus on Filipino style blades and everything, and he does some amazing work. He's not just he's a real art. He's an artist as well as a craftsman, and I would love to get a set of knives, but they're pricey. But I want a chef's knife that will just like stay sharp no matter how badly I abuse it.
I don't know what I would do if I had to pick a knife for Josh to make me. I have never been the kind of person to carry a knife on me. But if I had a pricey, expensive one like that, I might wear it like jewelry, just to have it as a utility knife.
Mm.
Some of the knives that Josh posts pictures of on Facebook are just amazing. I mean, they're beautiful.
Yeah,
I can't afford them, but that's okay.
They have price tags? We're all going nice.
I got those knives. Yeah, we Suzanne actually bought a knife on her own. It was a Japanese, I forget the name of the company, but it was a Damascus blade, really attractive, and Very sure. I'll tell you what. When I first got a really, good quality sharp chef knife, I discovered very quickly how crap my knife skills were. Because the first 3 months, I cut my hands to ribbons because I had apparently bad knife discipline and didn't know it. Because when you have a dull knife, you don't notice it. When you have a sharp knife, and I was like, I'd be doing stuff like, why am I bleeding?
When I had the deli, I had a knife guy that came in like every couple of weeks and replace all the knives with nice, fresh, sharp ones. And yeah, the first couple of cycles, I cut myself up a bit.
Oh, I'm looking at Josh's page. Just finished. Long clip fighter, 7-inch, 80 CRV2 blade, stainless coffin guard. That's a nice looking knife. Ooh, we got the one Damascus that's like, it's almost like the chain link fence effect. Like, woo! Oh,
I see another one that reminds me of a thumbprint.
yeah, yeah, that's a good description.
Or an oil slick or tree rings, the tiger stripes on a tiger.
Nice.
Yeah, lots of nice artistry there.
Very cool stuff. It's Nadia Yvette Chambers.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
You seem down, Raven. You all right?
Yeah, I'm kind of blah.
All the war talk are bringing you down.
Hey, yeah, I don't know. I just been really busy and been wanting to come on and stream. And I keep saying all the time, "Oh, I think I'm going to stream tonight," and then I don't do it.
Yeah.
Well, there was one night you hit me up, but I was like out of town, and I was like,
Yeah, I think that was the last time I streamed.
There was
Actually,
where I was just like 2 minutes too late.
Yeah, that happens. And I mean, I would like to have like a schedule. But I don't know. It's and then lately I'm doing a lot of stuff around the house, painting and stuff. No, I'm not done with that yet. And then chance I get, anytime I have the opportunity to have somebody watch the kids, Peach and I like to try to get away at least for an evening. We're going out tomorrow night. I was saying earlier, I don't know if you guys are on yet. We're doing a haunted house and dinner. So that'll be cool. We don't get to do nearly enough as a couple. So
in less than 2 weeks, I will officially be a senior citizen.
Yeah, and I was actually going to mention that your birthday's coming up. Your birthday happens to be one of my favorite days of the year.
What do you do on that day? Like go to Denny's?
I got any place that has an early bird special.
Yeah.
Get my senior discount.
Yeah. So
Well, it's funny because like when Suzanne and I go to the movies, we usually get 3 seats, so we got the seat in between us for the popcorn and the drink and all that. And but so I always buy two seniors and 1 adult. But so when I go to see the Marvels, I'll be able to buy 3 senior.
There you go.
I learned something that's amazing. Just like how you can write an essay for the NAACP as a white person and still win a scholarship, you don't have to be old to join AARP. They will take young people as long as you're willing to pay the dues and you love old people. You can get all the discounts from AARP. So
yeah, I guess that
I'm
makes
gonna jump on that 2 weeks early.
I've been getting emails from them for a few years now, and a couple of times I've wanted to reply. Leave me alone for another 10 years, damn it. Yeah.
just like my growing cataracts. I went to the eye doctor a couple years ago, and they're like, and Philip actually got the surgery done because his were pretty far along, and they're like, and Suzanne's were too, and I'm like, they were like, you're starting out, but they're gonna get worse, and so if you do it now, you're gonna need it again in 10 years. So do it in a few years, and then 10 years after that, you won't be alive, so don't worry about it.
That's a horrible prognosis.
They didn't kind of put it that way, but
Yeah,
they're not wrong.
fair enough.
So how old are you going to be?
Well, here's the thing. It depends on who you talk to. I was looking it up. For some things, obviously, it says 65. Some say 62. Some say 55. Most things that have senior discounts count you from 55.
So yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think the most official, you're officially a senior citizen, is usually 65, I think. But I don't know.
My knees are probably 62. They feel like it anyway.
Well, I mean, my knees feel like they're 62. But, as I point out almost every time I stream, my boobs are only about 18. So,
Yeah, I was at my sister Denise was up from Philly. Actually, Mrs. Denise and Mary were both up from Philly last weekend. So I met them for dinner, and their friend Della came out, and she was 65, and I was like, because she said she was retired. I'm like, 65? You're retired? Like, how old are you? And she's like, 65. I'm like, damn. She looked really good. I'm like, wow, that's a pretty damn good 65. It's funny because I think and in a weird way, my sisters were trying to like set me up with her, even though they know I'm married. I'm like, like, I'm married, right?
That's funny.
And Della knows I'm married too, so it was kind of funny. Like, so, well, I'll just make a note for future reference if it becomes necessary.
Hey, Michael, is that your front door behind you?
Why, yes, it is.
Have you done any cooking lately?
Why would I put deadbolts on doors that were not? What are you saying about me?
Got somebody trapped in his house.
Yeah, that is an odd question. When I think about it, it's like, what do you think that I do here?
Oh well,
No idea.
It puts the lotion on its skin.
I mean, you are an addiction counselor.
Yeah.
Ted Levine. I just like the little dog because it was like that dog reminded me of Blitzen.
Did Joe just accuse you of turning 65 in 2 weeks?
No, Josh asked because I guess I know 65 was the official one way back, and I think now it's one thing said 62. I just looked it up, but so no, I'm not turning 65, just 55.
Yeah, that's horrible.
What's horrible? Being 55?
Like,
I think it's pretty horrible.
That's in 2.5.
you know how you were talking about people seeing marks sometimes? Like, Josh would be the mark for that game at the carnival where you have to guess someone's age. You lose all his money. That's the mark right there. Can't guess somebody's age within 10 years.
That's funny. Now, hey, if I look like this when I'm 65, I'll be pretty happy. Hey, if I'm 65 at some point, I'll be pretty happy.
Me too.
Yeah.
So, Nadia, speaking of insurance, so I was supposed to be going in a couple of weeks, actually, for a consultation for top surgery. And my insurance said no. They wouldn't cover. The doctor It's the same doctor that did my bottom surgery, and the insurance said that they wouldn't cover it because he's out of network. So, as you know, when it comes to trans healthcare, to get anything, you have to jump through a whole shit ton of hoops. And I had jumped through all the hoops for this, and now I got to start all over.
Nadia, I just sent you a friend request. You're free to ignore it or decline it if you want, but if you want to accept it, it's there.
Oh, wait. Josh has clarified the statement. Yeah. Okay. So when you put multiple question marks, it's supposed to be incredulity. Okay.
That's the way I would read that.
That's boomer grammar right there. That's like prior to Stephen King using ellipses all the time. You know,
I use ellipses all the time.
Yeah, that's because we're our generation where we grew up on Stephen King, and so now we use ellipses all the time.
I've never read Stephen
Prior to that, there was like
I've never read Stephen King.
cartoons used to have that many question marks, and it meant something.
But are you implying that I am a boomer?
What?
Are you implying that I am a boomer?
No, Josh.
Josh
Yeah, but
isn't
I
a
do
boomer.
that too.
Josh isn't a boomer either.
You know what? I'm not going to be so
Younger than me.
ageist as to say that Josh can't be a boomer because of a number.
Pretty sure Josh is younger.
Josh
than
has
me.
boomer brain. Josh has picked a retirement hobby,
Yeah.
turned it into a job.
Yeah, he's he's a few years younger than me.
I have not seen this level of artistry in your hobby since a fly fisherman. You know, like I'm looking at the J Frost Knives website, and I'm just saying it's gone beyond crazy. This level of knife making, right? This is a true obsession.
It's a skill. It's a profession. No, those are Josh makes really great knives. I was so chuffed. I was the whole episode. I'm like, come on, Josh, win, and he won. I felt vindicated. I'm living vicariously through Josh because I wanted to make knives, but I don't have the skill nor the time to attain the skill.
On some level, we are all living vicariously through Josh.
Nor do I have the space for the equipment. And I don't. Well, I mean, I could make it, but I don't want to burn my house down because I'm a klutz.
What I didn't find on this gallery is price tags. The knives cost however much you want to spend on them.
If you have to ask, you can't afford it.
I know. I can't afford it because I have to ask.
On Facebook, Nadia.
Has any house that I have ever entered had Damascus steel that looked like that? No. Like, not only does my house not have it, or the house that I grew up in, but no house that I have ever entered and saw their steak knives have they ever had steel like that. So it's beyond my comprehension how much this must be to buy it.
I don't remember which state Josh is in.
New York.
Which one am I curious about? All of them. I want to see the price tags on all of them. But I am not curious about this thing that looks like a halberd or a pike axe. That's not.
That's definitely up my alley.
Yeah, that's a lot of wall space yeah.
I've got a Danish axe that I bought for myself, and Suzanne got me a really beautiful warhammer. I got her a rondel dagger.
I'd like a sword.
So if
To name.
so if somebody breaks into my house, like we could literally go medieval on their ass.
Yeah.
I'm seeing an axe and what looks like a gavel and a tiny sledgehammer. So it's not just knives that can be made here. So I'm thinking what I would be interested in would be a set of painting palette knives. That would be a really unique thing to ask a blacksmith of this caliber to make. But that would be what I would want, is all the different odd shapes for the trowel palette knife and the curve, all of them, like a set of like 5 to 10.
I just want to cut pie.
Pie. So wait, when you cut the pie, do you also want to be able to serve each slice with the same,
Yes.
I just want to know what happened to Will Willis,
narrowing it down?
because I do not like Grady Powell. I like David Baker. I like Jay Nielsen. I like Doug Marcaida. I like Ben Abbott. I like Jason Knight, although he hasn't been on in ages. But Grady Powell doesn't work for me.
Wait, the Lochaber axe that was on Fortune Fire has already been sold?
No, I think that was the prize for the.
Oh, so wait, so they get to keep it for their museum of all the winners.
Yeah.
They paid him $10K for it.
Yep.
Well, I guess that's one price tag he couldn't hide by not putting price tags on his gallery, because they told everyone how much they paid him for it.
Yeah. So I know they filmed somewhere in New York. Like where is the filming done at? Because I'm always curious about where it's actually taking place. Speaking of knives, Suzanne's got this little paring knife. It's dull as fuck. The handle's broken. The tip is broken. Oh, it's from Connecticut. And I hate this fucking knife. But she keeps using it. It's a terrible knife. I'm like, why do you keep using this knife?
Because everybody has their favorite knife. I have my favorite knife that I use, and it's a piece of crap. I also have a favorite burner on the stove. So
I only have 2 burners on my stove because we foolishly got a stove that had the grill section, and it's crap. It's garbage. It's an overall good stove, but the grill things they're very messy and they don't work that well.
It's filmed in Stamford, Connecticut.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I can't get her. I have better knives, Josh. I've got a beautiful set of Shun knives, but she won't use them. She uses her shit paring knife.
I have a paring knife that I use, one kitchen knife that I use to chop, and then when I'm opening my mail, I have this key that has a knife blade on it that I have on my keychain, and I just use that. And this is not what a man should carry around for a utility knife, but that's all I do carry.
Right.
Like I need to upgrade from this shit right here.
So I've actually got 2 Shun chef knives. I bought the first one by itself, and then for Christmas one year, Suzanne bought me the like actual chef set. So it's got the chef knife, it's got a long slicer, it's got a paring knife, it's got boning knife, and one other, and I forget what the other one is. But it comes with the satchel, the satchel and everything. It's pretty cool. So if you ever make it out here, we'll cook together, and you can see my knives. Or if I go to somebody's house, you can do and cook. They can do the Top Chef thing and tell me when it's time when we're wrapping up. They can say, "Please pack your knives and go."
Oh, I know that I can't be trusted to come into your kitchen because I'd bring the macaroni salad with the walnuts and raisins and
Okay.
oh my goodness.
And you're muted, just so you know, Josh. You're muted, so you can unmute anytime.
Talk enough knife shit, and guess who shows up?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, it's good. I just got really fucking tired of typing because you were throwing all this shit out there. Yeah. So I figured that I would just mic up and answer questions if you wanted me to answer questions.
Cool, man.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm busy as hell. Just painted the house and I've got a lot of projects going on. I had to finish a hammer and another knife today. And I work and I'm tired.
Here's a question. So when they film, they have obviously the different rounds. Is that all in one day?
No, they do the whole show over the course of 3 or 4 days. 4 days?
Okay.
3 days?
Okay, I was thinking because I was like, yeah, like because after each round, I mean, you're it's very physical, and I'm like, man, who the hell would have the energy to go straight through?
No, I mean, I would have preferred it. I would have preferred they did the whole thing all at once. Because the whole stop. Okay, so you have to do all of these interviews, and the producers get you in the room and they ask you questions for an hour and a half, and then it's somebody else's turn, and so you have to go back into the green room and wait, and then you go out and do the forging. And after the forging is done, they have to temper your knives, so that's another day. So you don't you don't finish anything on the same day. You have to come back the following day and finish everything up. And then once that's done, that takes all day as well. And you come back on the day after that, and that's when they judge your knives and say you're either going forward or you're out of here. So it takes place over a long period of time. It's actually really exhausting, but it was fun. It was fun.
So they're judging each day then, for like each step.
No, they have to take time off. So the way that making a knife works is it inherently takes longer than what you see on the show. So
Sure.
because of the nature of steel, it has to be normalized and it has to be heat treated, which takes a long time. And if everybody had to do that, it would be a very boring show, because each knife has to spend time in heat for hours. So they have to break that up into different time slots, and that's why you have to go one. You have to do the forging one day. After the forging is done, they temper your knives for you overnight, and then you do testing and stuff. There's testing day and judging day and all that.
Well, just what I'm thinking of is that like I know like after usually when you make the blade and then they evaluate the blade and then they cut somebody loose, or at least that's how it's presented on the show anyway.
Right. Yeah, that's true. But that all occurred for us in a different day. So after everything was done, they didn't judge the knives that day. They waited, they did it overnight and waited till the following day to do the judging, and then
Okay. I got you.
after that was done, they had 2 people left and they sent them home to make the other weapons.
Okay.
Or the finale weapon.
Right.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm still confused then. Because I mean, because first you make the blade, then you put the handle on it.
Right.
There's not judging in between each of those?
No. So there's first, yeah, after the round of 4 people start, then after that's over with, they judge whatever happened in that round.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
And
there is a judging, yeah.
they send somebody home.
Right.
Then you go on to, okay, there's 3 people left now that have made it. You go on to putting your handle on or fixing what was wrong with the knife.
Yeah.
And then you go on to the performance test of the knife, and then you have another judging segment after that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I was saying, but it was that first one. That was just, because I was remember, like, yeah, they usually send somebody home after that first bit, but
right.
Okay, but that's the second.
It's
That's
just
the second
the
day.
days that it occurred in, like it wasn't evaluated after we were done forging. It wasn't evaluated that day.
Right.
We had to wait and come back another day to have it evaluated. Then after it was evaluated, you did the handle thing, and then that was it. There was nothing after that, and then the following day they did the performance testing and the final evaluation.
Okay, I gotcha. What's one thing that always gets me sometimes when we've watched, probably most of the episodes, and some of the mistakes that you see people make, and it's just like, and granted, I know it's TV, so they're trying to present a certain narrative, right? But sometimes I see the decisions people are making. I'm like, don't you watch the show?
Yeah, but there are also some people that really shouldn't be there. That not only do they not take those factors into account, but they don't have the chops yet to compete. So they make stupid mistakes. Just like with people who do canisters who've never done them before. Like we had one guy there, Jared. He's great. We're still friends. But he'd never done a canister before, and he kind of fucked it up.
Well, it's the thing. I mean, like I know for myself, like it's the same because I watch a lot of cooking shows and a lot of cooking competitions, and like Master Chef, for instance, is one I watch a lot. And I've said to my wife, because she's like, "Oh, you cook, you should go on this thing." I'm like, I would not even attempt to go on a show like that unless I had tried, because there's certain things that they repeat, right? There's like, okay, this is the one where they're gonna do, every season they're gonna do something with uni, and every season they're gonna do cookies, and every season they do this. Like I would make sure that I had at least some experience with all the things that they typically do before I even attempted to apply for the show, because otherwise I know they're gonna get me on those rounds.
Yeah, it's an interesting program, and I think Forged in Fire was based off of kind of cooking show competitions. It was modeled after that.
Right.
But yeah, it was. I don't know. All the Smiths that I worked with were fantastic. We still keep in touch, and some of the things that are about the show, the kind of the minutia and the bureaucracy of the show, kind of do take away from a little bit of that kind of camaraderie that you feel, but it's still there, and it's a lot of fun. But the person who goes on to the end isn't necessarily the best Smith.
Right.
So,
right.
There's an aspect of luck to it. There's an aspect of did somebody else fuck up worse than you fucked up, and that certainly happened in my episode. So.
Well, that's why I like when I see somebody, even though if they're fucking up and they keep pushing, because there have been people that have, they fucked up, but somebody else fucked up worse, and then they kind of get through by default.
Right.
The other thing too is compared to other competition shows, like the food shows tend to be kind of more cutthroat. One thing I love about Forged, or one of the things I love about Forged in Fire, is the same thing I like about British Baking Show, is that there's a camaraderie, even though it's a competition, that there's a respect of, hey, we do the same thing, and we do similar things, and we're working together, and even though we're competing against each other, like we don't have to hate each other over it, which I think is awesome. Which I wish all competition shows were like that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the great parts of the show. I had fun being on, but I don't know that I'd do it again.
Mm.
I've just got different goals now, and getting the journeyman certification from the American Bladesmith Society was the first step, and the step after that is to get the Mastersmith designation. So,
Right.
and it's just exponentially more difficult to achieve that than it is to achieve journeyman smith, which I knew I was going to fail, but somehow ended up passing, and it was really cool.
That is awesome, man. Because that's, like you said, it's a big achievement. I think that's a lot of dedication and skill.
It is, but one of the things I wanted to address earlier is that it's just like anything else. If you apply yourself to it and you obsess over it and you make it a part of your life and it's something that you really, really super enjoy, you're going to get it better at it by default. If you're eager to learn and you're teachable, then you build that skill up over years until you get to some of the Damascus stuff on my page, or some of the other nicer mono steel blades on my page. But it's just like anything else. You're not going to pick up a guitar and play Sweet Child of Mine, right off the bat. You got to learn it. You gotta learn it.
Did you have an increase in inquiries for your work after the show?
Yeah, I did. People were more interested in owning my knives, but more so after I achieved independent certification by the preeminent bladesmithing guild, which is the ABS. So, but there's a lot of crazy testing for that. It's way worse than the show. The ABS is the way that they test stuff is crazy.
Yeah, well, especially another thing I like about the show too is how since they cover a lot of historical weapons from all over the globe, and so people have, the average person who watches the show is getting exposed to stuff that most of us have never heard of. And even someone like me who's always been interested in that kind of stuff, there's still stuff that I'd never heard of. That's like, hey, wow, that's especially like African weapons and like Philippine weapons that and Indian weapons that I just never heard of. That's like, oh wow, that's really neat stuff.
Yeah, I love the show for that. I was hesitant to go on the show because the History Channel was tied to so much fucking wonky shit, like finding Bigfoot. Like they jumped the shark. They went off the deep end. Or ghost hunters and shit like that. Whatever. I guess there's a little nugget of history in there, but I was worried that I was going to be affiliated with a network that was just promoting dumb shit. So, but Forged in Fire is good because it's practical. All of these weapons existed; they were all used in warfare, and it's a legitimate, historical reproduction of those weapons that existed back then.
Yeah, the weapons I have, I got my Dane axe from Thor's Forge. So the guy's literally like in Norway making Dane axes, and doing it like the traditional way, coal forging. And then I got the my Warhammer and Suzanne's Rondell dagger came from Todd's workshop. You familiar with Todd?
I'm not familiar with that. No.
Todd's a Brit. He does historical pieces and sells them. Does some really nice work. Yeah, I mean, and in fact, he has his YouTube channel. They test out. He tests out a lot of different things, looking at like what's the effectiveness of various medieval weapons. They did several on arrows and crossbows versus armor. And trying to bring some historical accuracy to things, because there's a lot of stuff out there, as I'm sure you well know, that the movies and the TV show one thing, but reality is often very different, and so he tries to him and also Scala Gladiatoria. He's not a blade maker, but he's a HEMA. He's like a historical European martial arts guy, and he does a lot of things with weapons and history and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's rampant in film. So it stands out like a sore thumb. Anytime I see somebody wearing a sword on their back, it just triggers me, because you can't access a sword if it's strapped to your back. You don't have the length in your arm in order to pull the sword out of a sheath that's on your back. So
Right.
it's always hilarious when I see the big heroes dressed up in the cool clothing, and then I see, they've got the sword strapped on their back. Nope, sorry, didn't work that way.
Well, also, like when you see people, like when everyone's fighting in plate armor and they have swords, like no, swords were useless against somebody in plate armor. That's why Warhammer got popular and stuff like that. You need something that can actually penetrate the armor or crack it, or or at least transfer a lot of energy into the target. You know. So I got interested in all that stuff because of playing Dungeons and Dragons for decades.
Catch this video.
I never did play Dungeons and Dragons. I never did. Never got into it.
Yeah, I never played either. I've thought about it.
I don't play. Well, actually, technically, I do play. I play the current version of Dungeons and Dragons. I got into a campaign recently, but I played both Dungeons and Dragons and its clones, like since '81.
Over the past year, I've had a dozen conversations about how Dungeons and Dragons has to be modified for prison. My clients just spent time in prison. And one thing is there's no dice, because dice are illegal in prison because you gamble. So they have either a spinner that they make, or they will pull numbers out of a hat. They'll just have like slips of paper with all the different values, and they'll just pull a number out of a hat to simulate the dice roll. But they're not allowed to have more than 4 people playing at any one time. Then it would be a gang activity.
Oh God!
So you can only have like 3 players and a dungeon master. You can't have a larger campaign than that.
I'm just laughing at the idea of like a D&D gang.
Yeah. So
the geekiest gang around.
Yeah, there's whole prisons where the books have been banned, to where people have gotten the instructions told to them over the phone, and then they're writing down like the entire book. They're transcribing it over
my God.
their friends outside. So
let me guess, because of religious reasons, because
yeah,
and obnoxious Christian wardens are like, oh, that's playable.
Also, because some of the artwork offends some Christian sensibilities as far as looking too close to porn.
Now I remember why I became an atheist.
Those scantily clad barbarian women,
and that's like half the reason to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Well, see, actually, it's a long time ago now, but I want to say around 2012-ish, maybe a little later than that. I actually ran a campaign briefly, and let me see who was in it. It was Rith was in it, and it was mostly the people from Hate Club. So Abby was in it, CJ was in it, Skep was in it, Lundy was in it. Matt was in it, Napalm, and yeah, it was fun. We ended up basically we did one adventure, and then the campaign broke up. People were doing other things, but we had a good time.
I wonder what Skep's up to. God, I haven't spoken to him in years and years.
He became a father and basically left YouTube.
So what happens?
I had his business card, and I think I accidentally threw it out because I'm looking at him like I didn't recognize the name, because I know his first name, but it didn't click, and I haven't seen it since. But I may still have his phone number on an older clone, but I don't know if that's still his number. He actually came back. He didn't create a new channel, but he he was replying to some videos, and he got interviewed by Lundy, I think it was, and so I put in the it was in the chat, and I was like, Skep, is that really you? And he said, yeah. I said, yeah, I've missed you. And he said, aim better next time.
That sounds right.
He was a good guy. I remember when we had the New York area meetup. That's when I met him in person. So it was like, basically me and Eric and Skep, and everybody else was broke. So we we basically paid for everybody. It was a good time. I miss those days. I miss everyone. We had getting the meetups and going to the Reason Rally, and I think that's where you and I met, Josh. Right? It was the Reason Rally.
Yeah, it was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We met at the DC meetup before the Reason Rally.
Oh, you and Josh?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Man, God, it seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Mm.
I bring it up all the time. He yelled at me.
What? Who? I did not yell at you.
Yes, you did.
What? No, I didn't. What? I don't understand.
Describe
the yelling.
Well, okay, so we were
like calling, yelling.
There was like a bar. I don't remember where. We were like way up high floor in that hotel or whatever it was. We were at, and they had a bar, and there was like windows and everything. And he was talking to Eric, and I was kind of standing off to the side, and I didn't want to interrupt. So I was waiting to kind of get in there. And there was apparently stuff going on back at home with Josh. I don't remember exactly what it was, something. And he turned and looked at me, and he was just like, what? I was like, never mind.
No, I didn't. What? That
I was like,
sound
never
me at
mind.
all.
That's funny.
And I slinked away and cried.
My first meetup was the Philadelphia. Actually, that's
not.
Deb, we met at the Philadelphia meetup first time. Wasn't that it?
First time in person was probably, it was Philadelphia.
That was 2011. Jesus, a long time ago.
I remember telling you, because we were walking, and I was staying with you, and I told you, I said, if you fall down, you're in trouble because I ain't picking you up.
Yeah.
And you were like, okay, fuck this, and you got a cab.
I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But I remember Peach being impressed with me that I stuck it out as long as I did.
Nah, you're a trooper. It was pretty good. Yeah,
I remember when we went to during the New York meetup. That's because Occupy Wall Street was happening. And we went down. We walked down. We started to walk down to Zuccotti Park, and I was walking with Christine, and we got about halfway there, and she's got back problems and knee problems and leg problems, and I got back problems and knee problems and leg problems, and I'm like, "Want to get a cab?" She's like, "I was hoping you'd." We got the cab. We drove around the rest of the way.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
But what really sucked though is the one meal we had out. I picked this pizza place, which turned out to be a big disappointment.
In New York?
Yeah, and so all you guys walked down. It was down by the Chelsea Piers. It was too far for me to walk. So I'm trying to get a cab, and total like everything the whole stereotype of the black man on the corner who can't get a cab. I stood on this fucking corner for 50 minutes. I'm late to my own event that I organized, and I ended up calling Prof, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do, man. I can't get a cab, and I'm too fucking broken to be able to walk down to this place. And he said, you had me give him the address, and he was in an Uber, and he had the Uber driver come by and pick me up. So we went down together. But yeah, it was just like, I actually had fucking cab, like at least one cab that, they were in service and then like saw me and like flipped on the out of service light. So,
I remember that pizza place, by the way.
Yeah, with the fucking roaches.
Yeah, inside the cheese shaker.
Yeah. I don't know how the fuck it got in a cheese shaker.
Yeah, that place was. I was surprised.
Yeah, and the thing is, it was really well reviewed too. That's why I picked it. You know, and yeah, the pizza was nothing special. And plus roaches. Yeah.
I don't remember this meetup. I was at a New York meetup, but I don't know. Was it that one?
We only had one.
I don't know. I only spent
a
a few hours there, and I split. I don't know. I had
right. Yeah, you weren't there for very long, I don't think.
Yeah.
And then who was? And then we were there. I know Lisa was there. And then who was it that showed up briefly? And there was somebody else that showed up for a little while. Theoretical bullshit, I think, showed up briefly.
No,
it wasn't even. It was one of those type of guys though.
Oh, it was. I know what you're talking about. It was. Fuck. What's his name? I'll think of it.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm just drawing a blank. Yeah, I missed those, and I went to that meetup, the Philadelphia meetup. I went to the York meetup, and both region rallies.
James was in New York, right?
James. Oh yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I think.
DOS American Atheist.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah. Yes.
Because I walked with him. We walked to the pizza place.
Yeah, that hotel where we were
James
at,
was there.
that was a good location because we had the Dollar Pizza place was a catty corner from the hotel, and we had a good bagel place and a good donut place like right around there.
Wasn't the hotel next door? Where's Peachwood? No, I had like half a week.
Yeah, it was on 23rd and 7th.
Yeah, the one next door though. The one there was the restaurant down the bottom, and there's a hotel up top. Isn't that where what's her face died?
Which what's her face? There's many what's her faces.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. Peach would know.
I think it was actually that hotel. I think it was actually ours hotel was the Chelsea.
Yeah, Nancy. How do you say her name? Nancy Spungen. Spungen.
Oh, it's like say to Nancy.
Yeah. Yeah, she dead at Chelsea Hotel.
Yeah, that was the hotel. Yeah, the hotel we were at.
Yeah, she died there. Yeah.
Yep. I wonder what room. I wonder if any of us had that room.
I could look it up. I'm sure that info's out there.
But yeah, that was a great location because then the bar was like that was right next door. It was like right there, so you just stumble out there and drink your face off. And then
the New York meetup was fun. I mean, there were highlights like Steph Zula and the distance vomiting.
Yeah. Oh, she did that at most of the meetups. She did that at the Manchester meet, at the London meetup, and the York. I wasn't at the London one, but she was, and also the York meetup. She did it too.
I don't think she did it in DC. I don't remember that happening. But I was pretty drunk at DC.
Steph was cool. I missed her too. She was fun.
I got a couple of pictures of me completely plastered standing next to theoretical bullshit. And he looks like amazing because, well, it's theoretical bullshit. And, and I'm like standing next to him and I'm a complete mess.
Another one of the cool moments was at the Reason Rally, first Reason Rally, where we were all piled in Thunderfoot's room. And Prof was on there like holding court, like on the floor, and like everyone was gathered around Prof.
I had a glass of wine, and Thunderfoot came in, jumped on the bed, and made me spill all over Prof's shoes. I wanted to kill him. Prof wanted to kill him too.
Yeah,
like, dude, what are you doing?
And Queenie came out, and I shared a room with her. I picked her up at the bus station, and it's funny because the whole thing of like the camera ends 10 pounds. Well, like definitely did with her. She always looked kind of, you know, husky on film, and I got her in person, like, and she was gorgeous. I'm like, oh my god, you don't look anything like this on screen, but you look amazing in person. And so that was always fun. And then there's the picture of me in bed with I'm seeing his fucking face, and I'm drawing a blank now because I'm old.
DPR Jones.
DPR Jones, thank you, Jesus Christ. Because was it Shayra and Sierra came to me because they're like, we're supposed to all go to breakfast, and DPR won't get out of bed. I'm like, I'll get him out of bed.
I barely saw them. I don't know what happened. I think it's because I was glued to Peach.
Hmm.
It's probably for the best though, because yeah, I would have ended up in bed with both of them.
Yeah, the second reason rally, I saw Shayra. She was mad at me because I had blocked her for a while on Facebook. And then I unblocked her. And she's like, friends shouldn't block each other. Like, okay. And then like a month later.
And you were like, do you know me?
Yeah. Well, she was just like, well, she her 3 points that friends shouldn't block each other. Like, okay, fair enough. So I unblocked her. We friended up again. And then like a month later, she blocked me. Like, oh, interesting. Funny how that works.
Yeah. Don't really talk to her much anymore. I don't know. Everybody just kind of drifted away. I don't talk to Josh anymore either. You know, what's his face? You know.
Oh, that Meridian Frost guy? Yeah, you know.
Frosty guy, yeah.
I can't blame COVID.
What? I do?
Well, you know, and I said this before, but it seemed like, was it Latham Lay, Jacob made a video about how like the whole atheist versus religionist thing was kind of changing, and that because we had made friends and across the aisle, and how the debate was becoming, you know, less juvenile and more, and we were building a real community. And immediately, like a week after that, everything just started going to shit, and everybody stopped talking to each other, and everybody disappeared. And
we ran over the same ground over and over and over again. And there are people that are well suited for the conversations that needed to be had, and they weren't the ones having them. And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, you know, with the advent of social media, I think we were really the first ones to bring this debate to the masses. And once we had had our fun, I guess, and everything all the dust started to settle from what we had kicked up. I really do believe that as a community, the YouTube atheists did change the world and how people look at religion. So I think that I'm not trying to be self-important, because it wasn't just me. It was everybody. It was everybody who had contributed to that, and dragged a lot of stuff out into the light that needed to be seen for what it was. And the numbers since then, since we started, what was it, 2007, 2008 or something, when we really got going. So every year since then, belief not only in, you know, the Abrahamic religions, but even aspects of the Abrahamic religions like hell and angels and those kind of things has been on a rapid decline.
Yeah.
And it's not a small thing. So I think that one of the most amazing things about that journey is that we did have an impact, I think, globally on how people express themselves, how people were trapped in religion, how we could make them see that they were trapped in religion. And there are still people out there that are doing it. Dark Matter does it all the time. He posted a video yesterday that was amazing, excellent.
Yeah.
And he's got a new book out, and you should grab it. It's great. It's called Rise to the Exile. It's a really good book. But he's also doing audiobook series on his channel as well. So if you don't want to buy it, you can listen to him read it.
Oh, nice.
But he's still doing his thing, and he's one of the pillars that is holding everything up. So I don't think people give YouTube atheists enough credit. again, I'm not tooting my own horn. I really do believe that with the amount of views that we had and the exposure that we had in that medium, we really did have an effect and an impact on generations that came after us.
No, I agree. I agree with that, and I think that because here's I think the most important part about it was that in most places, particularly in the United States, atheists really couldn't like come out and be atheists and identify themselves to the public because it wasn't safe to do so, and YouTube provided a place for everyone to go, and then a lot of people who might have been questioning had like, well, hey, I have a place to go where I'm safe, that I could talk about it and debate religionists and start to realize how bad the religious arguments are.
I think it's clear that, like what Josh had said, like just the amount of power, right, that the atheist community on YouTube had. I mean, it impacted the way that Google made decisions. It was the size and the influence of the atheist community is why YouTube made a lot of decisions that it made as far as ways to tamp down the community, because it was dragging the platform in places that corporate wise they don't want to go.
Right.
They had to, and it sucks. I mean, it sucked because we could blame, like we could talk about and reminisce about the meetups and the videos and this person, that person, and how influential and smart they were, like Josh. But I mean, it all kind of, part of the reason it all started to die was because we couldn't communicate the way we had become accustomed to. Is they got rid of video replies. They did everything they could to kind of squelch the conversation.
But I'll tell you what, and video replies were a great way for smaller channels to get noticed. I remember when I figured that out, people, suggested that. I started going to, every time I would put out a video, I would find the most recent video by one of the larger channels, and I would set my video up as a response. And see, there was always those two videos that were there, and people, click, who is this guy?
That didn't work for me. What worked for me was DPR, becoming friends with DPR Jones. DPR Jones put me on the map.
Yes,
DPR Jones, I was able to do all the charity events. I for a small channel, I had become influential to a degree.
Well,
it's interesting too. DPR Jones was such a figurehead. He was one of the central people in that community, and I never had a single conversation with him.
Really?
Never met him, never talked to him, never exchanged an email, nothing.
Wow.
He's the one person that I never communicated with. I mean, pretty much everybody. Oh yeah, Noel Plum's still making videos too. I guess.
Yeah,
he's making videos still, not as much, but he still is. But everybody else, all of the big people I was friends with, except for DPR Jones. I just thought it was so weird, but I never talked to him, not a single time.
And it's a shame because I think you guys would have gotten along well, and two, he's a really cool guy. And then that's the thing. So I had done Raven's charity thing, and then so on the back of that, he let me do the Doctors Without Borders ones, and I was the highest earner. I beat Aaron Rod, I beat Thunderfoot, I beat Dawkins, and so he was like, anytime you want to do a thing with me, Joe, you're on. I'm like, cool. So I actually did that, like I did his at least twice, if not three times.
I think it all started to fall apart for me when Hitch died, and that was nasty for me. That set me back intellectually, philosophically. I lost a lot of motivation when that happened. But also, I decided that I was just being too much of an asshole. I was not taking people's emotions and especially their upbringing into account when I was talking about religiosity and other things. But it started to be, well, I really am picking the wings off of a fly here. We've won the debate. The debate is over. There's no question in my mind about the debate anymore. I don't have any more unanswered questions. All I have now is pointing out absurdity. But what good is that? You know, this is absurd. Okay, well, it's absurd. That's fine. There's nothing really to argue about anymore. Even with people like that we used to pick on, like Jesus Freak and Nephilim and some of the other ones out there, even amongst ourselves, like Brett Keane and the other idiots that are in the community. It wasn't fun anymore. Yeah. It didn't. I didn't get any joy from it, and I felt better by looking inward and just studying more, I guess.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people got to the point where they kind of felt like they were turning into assholes, and they kind of stepped away from it. The whole thing had gotten very mean-spirited by the time it all started to kind of fall apart.
Yeah. There was this guy, Jason.
Yeah, TJ was a big catalyst to having a lot of that shit disintegrate. He fucked a whole lot of shit up.
Yeah. In the community. There was this guy Jason Burns, and he had a tiny channel, like 200 subscribers, something like that. And that was the one time I got mad at DPR that they had was the Magic Sandwich show. So it was Aaron and DPR and Thunderfoot, and they bring this guy on. He's a nobody, right? He's an idiot. He's not a great guy. And they spend an hour, like you said, tearing the wings off the fly. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? I mean, he's nobody. He's not, get Matt Slick or get somebody who actually has some cachet in the believer community. This, and then there were people out there just making, tons and tons of videos about some poor schlub who lives in, Manchester, who was ignorant of his own Bible. Yeah. Okay. He's not, yes, he's I guess technically spreading some bullshit, but he got no reach, and no one cares what he has to say. There was no reason to attack him.
I was, for a little while, I was a host. And I mean, they still kind of consider me to be part of the show, even though I haven't been on in a while. But I was a host on the goddamn podcast with Coctopus Prime. And I mean, I love Coctopus. He's been one of my favorites for a long time. So being on the show with him was really cool. But all they did anymore was just pick on like lolcows, and that was the whole thing. And it's just like, this is just mean. Shani for Christ and and Rev. It's a waste of time to talk about how much they are a waste of flesh.
Right.
It just seemed really, really mean.
Well, especially to me, because I mean, my whole goal when I came on was twofold. One, actually maybe threefold. I no one expects to Spanish Inquisition, but one was that when I started dealing with people online and they would challenge me on various religious things, I got tired of typing the same answers out over and over and over. So I was like, well, make some videos and I can just, hey, go watch my video and I'll explain everything. Two, I wanted, there was all these cool people that were making, atheist content and that I liked and respected. And I realized that unlike like a bulletin board or like a text-based forum, just commenting doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't get you in, you may get a couple people to notice you here and there, but it's not the same. And so making a video was a way to, become an active member of the community so that I could meet these cool people. And I got to do that. And then the other part was really my target for the videos wasn't the fundamentalist. I was never so arrogant that I thought that I was going to, convert fundamentalists out of their fundamentalism. It was for the people on the fence.
Fundamentally, yeah.
Fundamentally, yeah. It was those people on the fence who could be swayed, who weren't really, because most people are not heavily religious, right? They just do it because that's what they were taught to do, but they don't really consider it. They don't really think about it. And it was to kind of get them. So anyone who was basically who just accepted it because that's what they were told. Because that kind of what happened to me. I mean, I remember. I think looking back now, I kind of was an atheist before I recognized it. But there was times when I first found like the atheist experience, and then people would call in And Matt Dillahunty would point out something in the Bible, and I'm like, it doesn't say that. And I go and look it up, like, holy shit, it does. Because I was raised Catholic, man. We weren't encouraged to read the Bible for ourselves.
The first YouTubers, atheist YouTubers that I came across was Aaron Ra and Thunderfoot. And I was watching some of their videos, and they were talking about non-belief, and I had never identified as an atheist until that point. Because it was just like, wow, these guys are talking about, stuff that I think in my head that I don't say out loud. And they're having this conversation, and it's just, yeah, this is me, And after a few months of watching, I was just like, I want to take part in this conversation. And yeah, it's crazy. As little did I know, I would make some lifelong friends.
Yeah. The first person I encountered was Coughlin. It was his poem "Atheism Is."
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I think that poem is actually one of the best things Richard did, and it was something that got me thinking. And to this day, I do not remember how I came across atheist content. I kind of feel that I must have typed something in on purpose that led me there, and I don't know. I guess, like I said, I must have been questioning at the time, and then I found that poem, and I was like, that's pretty cool. And then of course you went on the rap. Remember back in the day, you'd have response videos, and you follow, and then 6 hours later you've watched 47 videos.
Yeah, I mean, at that time, at least when I started, like you're talking 2000, mid 2008, 2009. At that time, the atheist community had a huge sway on YouTube. So to find atheist content, it was easy. Like you didn't have to search real hard to find it. It was at that point, it was the biggest community on the platform.
Mm. Yeah,
too. Wow.
Yeah, I ended up joining a local atheist group and stuff, and it was like 2008.
Different community altogether. And my friend Alan, who I had a joint channel with, he gave me a list of 10 atheist YouTubers, some of which you guys have mentioned. But aside from Richard Coughlin, who I wasn't ashamed to watch, or I'm not embarrassed to say his name, the one name that stands out on that list of 10 that I cringe to hear about now is Pat Condell.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
And I can remember having conversations with Susie from the Richard Dawkins Foundation at her home, where it was basically the warehouse for the Richard Dawkins Foundation to bail out stuff. And I'm like, why is Pat Condell's book there? They were selling it on the RDF website. And I'm like, wow. Do you not realize how bad that is? And she was the one who gave me a bunch of RDF stuff to donate to the Madness Mayhem charity event, so that we could auction it off. But while I was in that garage warehouse, when I saw his book there, I was just, oh.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. But well, I always remember where Condell was going down this road, and then I was getting turned off to him. But what really kind of was finally the end for me was he did this video about how halal meat, and how a lot of restaurants, like particularly fast food restaurants in Britain, were switching over to halal meat because it was just easier rather than stocking some halal and some non-halal, and how this was like cultural overthrow or some bullshit like that. And so I made a video, Al Jihadi burgers. And Suzanne's in the video. She's off camera, and I'm like, man, I'm hungry. And she's like, how about a burger? And I'm like, yeah, I don't like burgers are full of freedom, and I hate freedom. Oh, but this is an Al Jihadi burger. Like, hey, aren't those made from halal meat? Aren't they Sharia burgers? And she's like, give me that bad boy, and and he had used the term stealth jihad in his video. So So at one point, I take the burger and I lean it toward the camera, and I'm like, I can taste the stealth jihad, because it was so ridiculous, you know.
That list of 10 had 2 women on it,
One was Pete.
and Peach was one of them, and Christina Red was the other.
Yeah.
And I will call out my friend Alan for this. That he had a crush on both, and he told me that you were either Team Zom Gets Chris or Team Peach. In the atheist community, there was only 2 girls, and you were a fan of one or the other, and that's how he introduced me to this list. Thunderfoot was on it too. All the people that Kevin in the chat mentioned were on it. So that was my introduction, and then I continued to make content with Alan, but he has a mental health issue where sometimes he self-destructs and just YouTube asides a channel. And so helping him to create content is hard for me to do anymore because I know that it can be just deleted. So I was with him on the Whovians channel, just reviewing Doctor Who episodes. And he was known as the Doctor Who nerd, and his channel like took off. And then he YouTube decided that. And his current channel, after a few more incarnations, I think he calls himself Controller Cramps, because all he does is review video games. And he hates me for being a liberal. He basically got Q-tarded.
I was going to say Trumpified, but
Yeah, no, pre-Trump, like he just started to drift away from me, and we've all had friends like that, like Hatred 42, Robert Wallace. That there was this community that we had that we were all non-believers, but then we all found out that half of us were not politically aligned with the other half.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, and
line to be drawn. It's not just believer versus non-believer. Now it's shitlord versus SG.
and I think that rift really became highlighted with the Atheism Plus attempt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Telling you, TJ, downfall.
Well, the other thing that's kind of funny about the A plus rift is that, like, I remember one point 3 or 4 years after A plus had been and gone, and there were still dude bros like going off about it. I'm like, you're kvetching about something that doesn't exist anymore. It existed for like 2 months, and it doesn't exist anymore, and you're still pissed about it. Like, get over it. But I was definitely in the Peach camp of those two. I mean, I like Zom Gets Chris too, but I was definitely definitely in the Peach camp more. I was really surprised when
go figure.
Was that?
Me too. Go figure.
Yeah.
And
Well, I love me some mulatto Jews, right? But
Yeah, Peach is one of my favorite people. She's done such a great job.
yeah, she's awesome.
All kinds of awesome.
I was surprised though when Zom Gets Chris was over visiting, and we came up to the store and we're hanging out. I was surprised how much she talked to me. I didn't expect that.
Who? Chris?
Yeah.
She's weird.
Thanks.
Not talking you. Just she's just weird. I don't know. I just there's this whole thing where there's like sexual attraction that is made blatantly clear by a lot of her followers that they're sexually attracted, and so she just plays up on it, and I just think that's weird. I don't know.
Well, I think about, I had a conversation with Tracy Harris about this, is that, like, basically we've created a society where women are not as valued in a lot of arenas, but we put a high value on women's attractiveness. So we basically said, okay, well, women, you can't kind of be as successful in these other things. So we kind of built it so you can't, but that's the one way you can. But then we're going to criticize you if you use it. So that's why I'm kind of like, yeah, I get it.
True,
You know.
true. I had a conversation with Autumn earlier. Actually, she called me on Facebook Messenger because I tagged her in a Facebook post. My 8th grade English teacher, who I am friends with on Facebook, it's pretty wild, posted this thing. It was just, basically saying that the Republican Party is pretty fucked up because, they want to have access to your family's gender history and, your reproduction, reproductive health, and all this other stuff, right? And the very first comment is some dude going off about biological males in the high school girl sports. Mm-hmm. And I responded. I don't remember exactly what I said. Then some other Yahoo gets on and responds to me. And, it just went on this whole thing about men are born men and women are born women. And, and there's a reason for that. And I told him, I was like, there's not a single person in the history of history has ever been born a man. It's never happened, can never happen. Personally, I was born a baby.
Right. I knew where you were going.
They're born men. It was just this whole big thing, and it's just like there's about 100 trans high school athletes in this country.
Yeah,
and every school district from coast to coast is in an uproar over protecting girls, from the 0.1 trans person in their school. And I said, and then it just isn't, the animosity isn't justified.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, oh, just asking questions.
Well, I tried to do I'm getting feedback. A buddy of mine is also a client, and I used to work with him, and we had this conversation, and he brought that up, and he's largely accepting of trans people, but that's the one place where he's kind of got a thing. And I was like, dude, I was like, look, the people that are against trans women in women's sports, they keep pointing to one woman who won one race and against one other woman, and then that same woman got beat by the cis woman, that same cis woman at another time. So they're literally 50-50 against each other. So that's their data point. I was like, if trans women were going out there dominating sports, I'd say you'd have a point.
Yeah, it just isn't happening.
Well,
but the thing is, anytime trans women try to do anything openly in society, it's called out. There was a woman on Facebook a couple weeks ago that complained about trans women competing in beauty pageants and said that there's an unfair advantage. And it's just like,
what?
How?
That's crazy shit.
It's insane.
I think it might depend on the judge, because there is a what I'll call a fetish that does exist. Which,
well, yeah.
If you got that one judge,
but none of these ever have one judge. They have a whole panel of judges.
Yeah, well,
trust me, I am aware that there is a fetish.
Yeah.
Believe me. I get hit up by a lot of married men in the area here. And it's just like, I think I know your wife. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. I am well aware. But I don't know. I was just like, fucking people. So anyway, so the dude, after I responded to him and answered all of his points, I thought pretty well, he deleted his comment. So in another comment, I called him a coward. Well, the first guy then responds to me and says, that man that you called a coward is a United States Marine and has risked his life for this country, blah, 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 blah. And he just thought that you weren't worth it.
Ah.
I said, I see. I said, well, as a veteran myself, I think it's pretty disgusting when you wrap bad ideas in the flag and or your military service.
Nice.
And I said, so him being a Marine has no bearing on whether or not he was factually accurate or if his argument had validity. It has nothing to do with it.
You just reminded me of this one bullshit story meme that has floated around for quite some time. And it varies as to what the content of what the discussion's about. But it's always like some college professor, some like ultra liberal college professor is talking about something, whether it's America or the military or something or religion, and then saying all these things that right wingers would be upset to hear because but everybody else is a snowflake. And then in the story, ultimately the Marine gets up and punches the teacher. I'm like, any Marine that would do that is a disgrace to their oath. Yeah. Because they're supposed to be there to defend the constitutional rights of all citizens, not just the ones they like.
Right.
Even to say stuff that they find inflammatory or hurtful or whatever.
The guy responds to me saying, show me your DD-214. So I responded, I tagged Autumn and I tagged Sierra. And I said, hey, have you guys gotten this yet where, people are questioning your service because you're trans? The guy that you're a bigot. That's what it comes down to. No one had ever questioned my military record until I transitioned.
Yeah.
And I was in the supermarket a couple of weeks ago wearing an army jacket. And there was a guy shopping. He had a Vietnam veteran's hat on. Older guy. And he said, hey, nice jacket. I said, thanks. He said, whose is it? It's mine, you piece of shit. Am I asking you where you got your clothing? You dumb fuck. Nice
and the funny thing about it is, especially guys with Vietnam shit, there's a reasonable chance that they're fucking doing stuff, skull and valor. There's a guy who I watch periodically. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, or I should say, retired Navy SEAL, and people write to him and say, hey, check out this person, because they're claiming to be a SEAL, and he's got all the records and he can check and see if they're full of shit or not. Don something, I forget his last name, but see, I'm the behind the motherfucker that if somebody questioned my military service, I'd post a bitch on here you go, motherfucker. I mean, because to give you an example, and this wasn't even anything as grave as a military record. I found a video of a high school friend of mine, Michael Romeo. He's the lead guitarist of the band Symphony X. And I actually have a demo tape that he did when we were in high school. I still have it. So I ran across a video of him like demonstrating some technique or whatever. And so I just posted in the comments, yeah, I went to high school with Mike. He's a great guy. He was a great guitarist even back when he was 16. And then a whole bunch of people like attacked me and they're like, yeah, you're full of shit. You don't know him, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, really? So I went and dug out my high school yearbook and I scanned the photo of him in my yearbook. And and this is before, now you can get it easy because Ancestry, you can get yearbook photos, but back then you couldn't. And I posted the fucking yearbook photo of him next to me on Facebook. I'm like, here you go. So I don't know him, really? And then of course, then it was crickets, right? No one wants to respond. Then you fucking cowards.
I had a guy on Facebook. It was an article about Dylan Mulvaney, and I was in the comments. And another guy questioned my service, and I wasn't even thinking. And I responded with a picture of me in uniform. And after I sent it, I was like, oh, yeah, I was a dude then. And the guy said, that's not you. I was like, well, thank you very much. I mean, that just means my transition's a success. Thank you.
So Kevin in the chat says that the transphobia it's the issue that's destroyed the most friends for him more than any other issue. And to that, I'd like to say, Kevin, would you like to try Israel-Palestine relations?
Yeah.
In case you have any friends left, that's the way to do it. Just awful.
I've actually done pretty well. I have fared quite well when it came to relationships and friendships and stuff. When it comes to transphobia, I mean, my brother. I don't talk to my brother anymore. He's pretty much dead to me. Mostly because he goes around telling people that I am dead to him, and the family is finished with me, and blah 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 blah. So it's I didn't lose anything.
Right.
But that's about it. My mom struggles, but she's still there, and I do things with her, and
she's making progress, which is cool.
Yeah, she's making progress. She went to a wedding last week, and I actually did her makeup for her.
Oh,
and while I'm doing it, she's like, "Where did you learn how to do this?" And I said, "Girls gotta look good."
Nice. Speaking of which, like you mentioned Autumn before, I have not spoken to Autumn since she blocked me. She unblocked me, by the way, but
yeah, I know she was at the beginning of the stream. She came on. She was on for a little while, and I guess she went out with her friends, because she kind of disappeared for a minute and then came back. She's like, "Okay, I'm gonna go." So I think she went out with her friends.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she had mentioned that because she called me on Messenger and she said, "If you're gonna go on later, I'll come on. I just don't want to get into an argument with Joe." I'm like, "What happened with Joe?" And she said it was about the pumpkin spice thing. And
that was and I won't have an argument with her because I didn't want to have an argument with her at the time because I'm like, she was just all like, I posted a thing, and you've seen what I posted. I don't need to reiterate it, but she wanted to challenge me, and she's like, "I think I got," and I was having I was suffering from depression. I was overworked, and I was having some other problems, and I forget there was some other bad news that I gotten, and I was just not in the mood to really deal with anybody, let alone have a debate over something trivial. But
right.
She was insistent.
What I said to her was, there's like a couple of topics that when Joe starts ranting about, I just don't even say anything because it's not something that's worth arguing over.
No, it's not.
And I said pumpkin spice is one, and May 4th is the other.
Oh yeah.
Don't. As Joe starts going off about May the 4th be with you, I don't even bother getting into it.
Yeah,
because the topic isn't worth it.
It really isn't.
What's the pumpkin spice argument? How could you? What the fuck is?
Okay, so and it's purely a linguistic argument because I don't look. People drink whatever they want. I don't care, but I object to people calling it pumpkin spice because it's not pumpkin spice. It's pumpkin pie spice.
And you're correct.
Because pumpkins don't taste of clove and cinnamon.
Right.
There's no pumpkin in pumpkin spice.
And nutmeg.
And nutmeg, thank you. So I just, it's for me, it's simply that it's a sloppy title. That's it. And so I just grouse about it because I'm a curmudgeon. Curmudgeon, I grouse about stupid shit sometimes, and I know it's stupid shit, but it still bothers me. So whatever. And I don't expect anybody else to give a fuck. But for some reason, she gave a fuck and wanted to debate me about it, and I was just not. And I said, look, I'm just not in the mood for this right now, but she was insistent that we had to talk about it, and I'm like, no, I don't have to. And I don't
talk
want
about
to.
What? I mean, it's obvious that pumpkin spice is pumpkin pie spice or a fall themed flavor that is cinnamon and nutmeg and all those other things. What was her argument?
That it was proper to call it that, and I'm like, I don't care. Like,
I don't think that's what it is, Joe.
It is what it is, right? I just
But like from my point of view, it's kind of like people say the pumpkin spice, and they know that it's pumpkin pie spice. But what difference does it
Yeah,
really
it's a
make?
brand. I mean,
Right.
it's a
It's like
universal
Tail of
brand
Ham.
name.
So it's like, so what difference does it really make? So when somebody's like, no, that's it's pumpkin pie spice, it's just like, really? I mean, and that would be my argument. And I'm not gonna. I don't want to speak for her. 'Cause I don't
Mike
know
still got that shit. Mike still got a little bit of a shit stir, a streak in him. So,
Of course.
but I mean, obviously, I'm one idiot's opinion, so I'm not going to change the world with my curmudgeon list. But although I have seen things that actually have pumpkin in it now, and I'm like, wow, you guys have really missed the trip because pumpkin spice not supposed to have pumpkin in it because it's not pumpkin spice.
So do you get upset when people call tissues Kleenexes?
No.
But you also don't get upset when people call pumpkin spice because you understand, just like every other normal right thinking person understands, that it's an amalgamation of spices that have us reminded of fall and winter.
Oh yeah,
so
I mean,
you already know that. So you're not upset by either thing.
It's a mild annoyance. It's a mild grammatical annoyance to me. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. So it sounds like she was just picking to pick.
Well, exactly. That's what I felt like. Yeah, you just want to fight, and I don't want to fight. And then she got mad that I didn't want to fight. So that's why it's kind of funny that she was like, "Oh, I don't want to fight with Joe." Like, "Oh, I wish you didn't want to fight me that night because I didn't want to fight with you then, and I sure as fuck don't want to fight with you now."
It's funny because I've just had this conversation. Not about the validity of the moniker, but I was having this conversation because I had been vaguely aware of the whole pumpkin spice revolution or whatever we want to call it, and I had never partaken in any pumpkin spice themed beverages or whatever, and my lady comes home with pumpkin spice Cheerios. That's how she was going to introduce me to the world of pumpkin spice, and they were.
I got Twinkies too.
Oh, you did get Twinkies. That's right. There were pumpkin spice Twinkies. Those are actually pretty fucking good, and I hate Twinkies. So, but the pumpkin spice Cheerios, I was like, fuck it, I'll give it a shot. I poured a bowl of these fucking things. And it's like no bullshit Cheerios, but pumpkin spice, and I ate a bowl of it, and it was awful. It was one of the worst things I had ever tasted in my life, and I don't think that I had the proper exposure because I need it in something like coffee or whatever. But here's the other thing about that, like pumpkin spice, wasn't it branded by Starbucks as a beverage? Wasn't Starbucks the one who started the whole pumpkin spice thing?
Yeah, it was a pumpkin spice latte was the first thing.
Right, and it's just fucking ridiculous to me because they have all of these, quote, pumpkin spices, end quote, that you already normally put in your fucking coffee. So they already have the nutmeg there. They already have the cinnamon. They already have the vanilla. They already have all of this shit. So they took something that they were already doing and made it more fall-like and put an orange thing on a cup and said, now it's pumpkin spice, which is just silly. It's really fucking silly. McCormick does? Yeah. Here's the thing, and it all really comes back to this. 99% of the world's population are complete fucking idiots, and they will latch on to stupid things. And once you figure that out, you can market to them and prey on their stupidity, and they'll eat it up. They'll just fucking love it. This is great. Oh my God, pumpkin spice? No, I'm not aware that this is all shit that you already fucking offer to put in my coffee. You're just going to put it in for me and call it pumpkin spice.
Right. Well, and Josh, and you've just encapsulated the reason why I have, for the bulk of my life, hated marketing, because most of marketing is designed to trick you into spending money on shit that you don't really necessarily want or need, but to convince you that you want or need it. And I was saying to one of my vendors today that because of my hatred of marketing and that kind of thing, my company's been successful, but it would have been more successful if I was more aggressive. But the problem is because I hate that thing, I don't want to become the thing I hate. So I don't do it as much as I don't even do it as often as I should, as far as calling customers and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm at a point where we've grown to the point where in order to maintain, I need to hire some more people, but then I got to make sure I can maintain the level. And so I'm going to finally need an actual sales person. And so I said, I can't go around annoying people because I hate it and I wouldn't be good at it. So I need someone to be annoying for me.
So in my family, I have become known as a basic bitch, and I have gotten a lot of pumpkin spice related products. And I would have to say the worst one I've received so far was pumpkin spice chapstick.
Ew.
It was very bad. Very, very bad. Outside of coffee, I'll say the thing I enjoyed the most with pumpkin spice was a muffin from a 7-Eleven that had like a cream cheese frosting on the inside, and it was really good.
Mm.
But pumpkin spice has its place, and it's not chapstick.
Well, and this is the problem with food fads in general, right? That something gets popular for whatever reason, and then it's everywhere, and you can't escape it. Like, remember a few years ago, it was pretzel bread burger buns.
Yeah.
You know, way back, it was balsamic vinegar. And I happen to love balsamic vinegar, but there was a point where they put balsamic in fucking everything, even in places where it totally didn't fit, because that was the in thing.
Outside of Kraft caramel squares, I have a very hard time finding caramel that isn't sea salt caramel.
Oh God, yeah,
It's all sea salted now,
and which I hate.
So to get the non-sea salted caramel, the only thing is you have to get the Kraft little cubes.
So what do you hate more? Sea salted caramel or May 4th?
Sea salted caramels, because May the 4th only happens one day, and I can just avoid social media for a day.
Just one day.
Well, the next day is Revenge of the 5th.
Revenge of the 5th.
That one doesn't bother me as much. It's still stupid, but it's not as stupid.
I think they're equally stupid. I think both of them are really fucking stupid, and it's one of those things like fucking what was I gonna cheesecake that should be just completely fucking disinvented. Put it on a rocket, fire it all into the sun.
What should be disinvented? Cheesecake?
The May the 4th and
okay.
Revenge of the 5th. That just should be completely obliterated from the lexicon. Everyone should immediately forget it, and everyone's lives will be much better for it. I think I'm in the Joe camp in having all that shit go away forever.
Well, I think the problem I have with it, it's like it's one of those things that it was cute once.
Yeah.
And then now it became a thing.
Ground. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it was cute the first time, and now at the 30th time, it's just not cute anymore.
And now it's like a holiday, right? It's not even. It's like it's grown to this absurd proportion to now it's a fucking Star Wars holiday.
Yeah. You know, and it's ludicrous, right? I mean, it's just silly. You know, because the other thing too is because it's not as clever as, because I guess that's the thing that I find irritating about it. It's not even that it happens and it is irritating and stupid, but is that people will say to you for the, this is the 89,000th time you've heard it, and they think they're being clever. It's like people who come up to me who know me, and they'll say, "Hey Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand?" Like, oh, you're not the 389,216th person that ever said that to me. That's totally original.
Okay, so the Peaceable Kingdom has a problem with us saying that May the 5th would be the Revenge of the 5th because that's Cinco de Mayo.
It can be both.
Because we would be appropriating like a day that was meant for one people.
And... Oh my God.
But
I think you should have said
problem with
porque
that
no los
is
dos.
that's not Mexican Independence Day.
No. In fact, I got to tell you. You talk about people going overboard. So remember Honest Discussioner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great guy. His birthday happens to be May 5th. So he was going to have people come over for drinks, and he was going to have like a bunch of tequila-based drinks, and he like people kicked him out of a D&D group because they said he was appropriating Mexican holidays. I kid you not. And there's 3 people that don't fucking talk to him anymore. Because he was going to have tequila on. Yeah, I mean that's fucking ridiculous.
Wow.
I mean, so that's the thing. So when like right wingers, attack people on the left, and most of what they say is bullshit, but every once in a while, I'm like, that's the thing they're talking about. That's the, it's not the common thing, but it still happens, and it's fucking ridiculous.
So, Mr. Kingdom, Mexican Independence Day is September 16th. Every year. Yeah, he knows. He knows.
And I can understand if somebody was gonna like do a lot of like stereotypical shit, like, oh, we're gonna wear sombreros and gonna wear ponchos and be racist and stuff like that. Fair enough. But we're having tequila. I mean,
and to be fair, it's not like we're taking a racist holiday and replacing it with a non-racist holiday. Star Wars can be racist. Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar fucking Binks.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
What?
I've heard the argument, and most of it comes from white people. And I'm like, I know lots of black people, know lots of Caribbean people. Never heard one that sounded like Jar Jar Binks.
How about that flying bug that was like the owner of Anakin?
Nope.
You don't think that that's a racist trope either?
Nope.
Okay. How about when they used James Earl Jones' voice, but then when it came to taking the mask off of Darth Vader, he couldn't be a black guy?
Well, remember though, he's got white kids, right? So, which is not impossible, but unlikely.
Okay.
I
How about
mean,
the fact that all of
Pete
the
has white kids, too.
generals
Yeah,
have
but Peach is half black, and so their kids are only a quarter.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, I didn't catch your last thing you said.
How about the fact that all the Imperial generals have British accents?
Oh, well, that was on purpose. I mean, that was definitely like we're Americans and we don't like the Brits because the Revolutionary War, and it's an analogy, right? I mean, the rebels versus the Empire. That's that was a purposeful analogy, which is something you don't see very often. You don't really see the Brits as the the Empire-y guys anymore. Well, I mean, they did, they kind of continued it in the sequel trilogy, but that was just although this is where the sequel trilogy failed in a lot of places, but one of the biggest ways it fails is it doesn't understand what makes people scary.
Uh-huh.
The thing that got me about the First Order is the First Order, like they're screaming on, rah, 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 rah. They're always yelling about everything.
All right.
That doesn't make you scary. What was scary about the Empire? Think about Tarkin. Tarkin orders the destruction of a planet with 4 billion people on it. This with the same amount of care as you would ordering having a cup of tea made.
The coldness and the indifference. That's what's scary.
That is a scary motherfucker that can see you may fire when ready. That's a scary motherfucker.
Okay.
Cheerio.
What about the Jedi themselves basically being space samurai with like Eastern mysticism? They're totally appropriating that.
Oh well, I mean, right out of Kurosawa. I mean, yes, it was right from Kurosawa.
Episode 1 with the Trade Federation.
That
came across as pretty damn racist.
That one I'll give you.
How about the biggest, fattest character on the whole series, Jabba the Hutt, just so happens to smoke a hookah? How do you think Edible Napalm feels about that?
I'm fatter than edible napalm.
It's associating hookahs with being big and fat.
That's a bit of a stretch. Well, that's like I remember. This is a long time ago now, but it was probably my earlier days of YouTube, and there was someone going off about how something was bad because like the characters, there was a bunch of male characters that were sexist. I'm like, okay, well, sexism is bad, but what's the context in the movie? Like, is it the fact that they're sexist part of like, okay, these are bad guys, and so they're going to do sexist things because doing sexism is bad, and so we're seeing them do bad things. And they were trying, they had all this tortured logic as to how that wasn't a valid reason. I'm like, all right, this would be like complaining that the Nazis were anti-Semitic in your World War II movies. I'm like, yeah, because they were, and any Nazi-like figure is going to be bigoted against somebody. I mean, that's the whole point, is that they're bad. And if you don't ever see the bad guys doing bad things, then how do you know that they're the bad guy, right?
So there was Rise of the Pink Ladies was a series which would end up being canceled. I actually kind of liked it, but it was set a couple of years before the movie Grease. And for the most part, it was pretty good. But there are a couple of things about the show that really stood out to me as being like issues.
Okay.
Like one of the characters was a black girl who was dating a white boy, actually the most popular boy in school briefly. And it was just like, yeah, this is supposed to be like 1952. Like this wasn't happening.
Well, I mean, it was rare.
Another one was one of the girls, one of the Pink Ladies, wanted to be a T-Bird because she was gay. And she didn't really do a whole lot to hide it. And it's like, this is, no.
Yeah, 1952. Yeah, you weren't doing that.
This isn't happening.
Right.
And I mean, I get, being inclusive. I get all that. Fine. I'm down. But at least try to stay historically accurate. If you're going to say this is a year that this is happening, try to remain accurate.
Well, in fact, they could have made that a part of the story, right? They could have been like, hey, they want to date, but the racist society they're in gives them shit. That would be, they can make for a decent story.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the plot points in the story was one of the families was like half Puerto Rican. Actually, the movie Grease, Frenchie, right? She's Puerto Rican, right? They don't really make that clear in the movie, but in the TV series, her older sister is one of the characters, and they make it very clear that they're Puerto Rican. And they were asked to join the social, like the yacht club, the upper crust, the rich people, and they were hiding the fact that they were Puerto Rican. But one of the members of that yacht club was a black guy. And it was just like, okay, you have no consistency here.
Right.
All right, guys, I got to go. I have to sleep.
Night, Josh.
It was good seeing you. Good talking to you.
That was awesome.
Yeah, definitely come back again.
Thanks. I will. Bye-bye.
So I was just looking up the character. So in Grease Wiki, she's Frenchie Fasciano, which looks more like an Italian name than a Puerto Rican.
She's half Puerto Rican.
Gotcha.
So,
and quite frankly, in the 50s, being Italian could keep you out of stuff too.
That's true also, yeah.
Raven, did we distract you from finishing the water line on both of your eyes?
Is it really, how does it look? You can't really see it well. But while you guys were talking, I was sitting here.
I just didn't want to leave you hanging out there with just one eyelid done.
No, I'm not going to bother. I'm in about 10-15 minutes or so. I'm going to take all of it off. So
okay. Could we play with, instead of doing parallel to the eyelid, we could do perpendicular? Just like put like a
No.
There's like X-Men that do that.
There's what?
X-Men.
What we might be able to do is on the other eye, do the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, that's all these stuff that like weirds me out. So like almost like you're very so close to drawing on your eye. I couldn't deal.
This is not coming out right. Ah.
Oops.
When you say all like that, it's worse. It's worse for us.
Yeah. But my bladder is ready to explode, so I better go
right.
evacuate. But if when next time you see Raven, tell her I have no desire to argue or fight with her over anything, but particularly not trivial stuff.
So I don't know what you mean.
As if every person that I know is Raven other than Raven. We're not talking about Raven.
No, Autumn.
Autumn. Yeah, Autumn, sorry. But yeah, so this way let her know that don't have no fear. Joe's not going to start an argument or a fight with her over.
Joe, it's the 21st century. All women get like separate names and respect now.
I'm old and it's 1:30 in the morning.
It's been happening for a little while now.
I know.
Well, because I can see you and my brain's going Raven.
Right. No, it's the other tranny.
Oh, Alex. I'm not going to live that one down, am I?
Oh, you black guys look alike.
Well, I told you how I detected that the automatic water things, you know, in the automatic faucets in the bathroom, in public bathrooms are racist.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like
if I put my hands like palms down under the water, it almost never turns on. But if I turn my hand palm up, the paler side, it works.
Yeah, it reads the white.
Yeah, but it doesn't read the brown.
what?
Yeah, and I've
That's
tested it in like
That's
in
what
multiple
pink
bathrooms.
Bic razors costing more than the blue pink Bic razors.
You know.
Yeah, the pink tax. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tested the thing with the faucets in multiple public bathrooms.
I found a way around that, by the way, Michael. I don't buy the pink ones.
Okay.
Besides, women's razors are awful. They're terrible. And they cost more and they're crap.
Hmm. I am against that.
It's a good thing to be against. Just saying.
Down with sexism.
Yeah. Down.
I'm not down with sexism, but down with sexism.
You already didn't like marketing. Enter sexist marketing.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Sexism is bad. Marketing is bad. Sexist marketing is really fucking bad.
So why did make it worse?
Because that basically acknowledged or confirmed what we were imagining in our heads.
But I was stabbing myself in the eye?
Basically, yeah.
No, I didn't stab myself in the eye.
Right, but it sounded like you did.
No.
It looked like you were going to, and then it sounded like you did, which is a very big combination.
No, there was
There
none of
are
that.
certain things you just don't do to people.
And stabbing themselves in the eye is one.
Well, that's why another reason why I was glad that the eye doctor told me to hold off on the surgery, because when you do it, you're like conscious, like they immobilize you and drug you up and stuff, but you're conscious and you could see. And I'm like, oh, fuck no, I can't do that. Like you need to knock my ass out. There's no way.
I know of a couple other like random things you could say that have similar effects, but not with like eye injuries in mind. That it's especially painful. Like I know you can like put a video of from like America's Funniest Home Videos of a guy getting hit in the crotch with a softball, and all the guys in the room will feel it, like telepathically.
Mm.
You know? I know that Raven, try this at work. Next time you go to work where there's some female teachers, just say out loud, "I wonder if I remembered to turn the oven off." At least half of them will be triggered just by you saying that, because they'll wonder if they turned the oven off.
You just reminded me of a
Turn
kid.
their oven off so that they don't kill their dog.
There was a Kids in the Hall sketch. It was like the I forget what it was. But basically, they're supposed to be leaving and going somewhere, and what's his name? I'm forgetting all their names now. Bruce McCullough plays the father. Dave Foley plays the kid, and God, I'm fucking drawing a blank. Oh, Scott Thompson. And I actually got it before I finished typing in. Scott Thompson played the mother. And it is kind of a recurring sketch. And then she's like, 1 is off, 2 is off, 3 is off, 4 is off. And like 4 times in the sketch, you keep going back. 1 is off, 2 is off, 3 is off, 4 is off.
My personal favorite, because it would actually work on me, is I go into this Facebook group that had all of my classmates from my master's program. About every 6 months, I type this. I just put a post like, "Did you remember to do your discussion post today?" Because college has turned into basically like Facebook threads where they start discussion posts and you're graded on your timeliness in replying to people, and you have to have certain discussion posts done by a certain day, and it gives people heart attacks to think about, did I do my discussion post? But it keeps on working even after you've graduated. It's one of the most trolly things I've been able to pull off, is like getting people to think that they didn't do their discussion post and they graduated a year ago.
Jeez. Well, on that note, my bladder's even worse off than it was 10 minutes ago. So I need to just
All right, Jeff.
take care.
All right.
Winding it down?
I think so.
Okay. You had a good stream.
It was all right. Yeah.
We showed out for it.
Yeah. And we had about 5 viewers. So
Yeah.
that was cool.
I scared away the rest.
I don't know. I want to come back. I don't want to come back. I miss it. I used to love editing. Now the idea of doing it just seems like, I don't know. Something about the whole thing has kind of died, and I miss it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I feel like the part of it that didn't die got passed on to another generation of people. We can't like take it back from them. It's like it's moved on to the popularity's gone to them.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I thought about doing was just kind of reinventing, my online presence from, Dev Shell to the Atheist to Raven J, the trans influencer or whatever the fuck. And I don't know what that looks like.
I've been able to break out of just the 100 or so people that'll watch anything I post, because some of those people are just hate viewers, and they leave inane comments that just annoy me. But the way that I've done it is reposting a TikTok that's just so happens to be a short one. And I've gotten new engagement. Like I'll get like 3,000 views off of a short versus the 100 I always get from a regular video. And so I've been able to interact with more people that way. But I don't like how it's trying to shape what I do, because like you, I like the editing that happens with long format,
Mhm.
and I like that art, and that's the kind of video that I will be stuck with, just that dwindling number of viewers that gets less and less every year versus what YouTube tries to push us to if you want more engagement.
My editing software isn't working right anymore. I don't know. I don't want to pirate a new one. I don't want to buy a new one. All my videos come out very pixely, and I don't know why. Same camera as I'm using now, and this is fine. But if I record a video and I edit it and everything, it's all very pixely.
I use OBS for recording, and that's free, and I use DaVinci Resolve for chopping videos up and editing, and that's free too.
I use Sony Vegas. That's what I've been using that. I mean, I upgrade it every so often, but I mean, I've been doing that for almost my entire YouTube experience.
I left Vegas and went to Resolve, and I have all the same tools.
I don't know. The editing isn't as fun. I think it's because I get frustrated because of the pixelation that I can't get rid of or explain. It just could be that I don't have the settings correct on Vegas, and I don't know how to make them correct. Because I don't really know how to edit. The little bit that I learned how to do, I enjoyed doing, but I don't know. I don't have the audience I used to have. I mean, I used to live stream, and I would have a lot of people watching. It's one of the reasons why it was easier in the past for me to live stream more often, is because I always had things to talk about, because the crowd, would give me stuff to talk about. A lot like the way Coughlin always does his live streams. Or at least used to. I haven't seen one in a while. I don't know if he still does them.
Well, it took me a while for the punches that life gave me to be able to just get my setup back to where it was when I was on a roll. And as you can see, I'm not filming through a potato. I've got a pretty good framed view, and I can sit at this workspace and make videos. And I'm back in that respect, and I've been able to eke out a little bit more time out of my schedule, and I've posted a few videos where I'm just trying to get back in the swing of things. I lost a lot of stuff, that as soon as you get on a roll, I think it's a little bit easier, but getting back on the horse,
Yeah, it's hard.
yeah, it's not like riding a bike.
No, it's rough. It's hard. And I mean, like Pete says all the time too, that she misses YouTube and she misses making videos, and she could, my opinion, because I think what happens when channels are around a while, and you start losing viewers because the community dies out, or or whatever, you had a bad experience with people, and people are assholes, that kind of like affects the algorithm, and it stays around a while, and you can't really recover. And the only way to really recover is to close that channel and start a new one.
True.
Because it's a fresh algorithm. You're starting over. And I think if Peach were to do that, she could quickly and easily build up a pretty good audience. I will not. I'm not as smart. I'm not as entertaining. I am not as well spoken. I am not as pretty. So,
what also has affected all of us is the way that people are going off the main YouTube page rather than their subscriptions more and more. They're going towards the more curated feed. And if you haven't made a video in the last 1,000 videos that they've seen, you're not going to get fed to them, even if they're subscribed to you.
Yep.
So you think about how many videos someone watches in a day. If you don't post a video every 1,000 videos that they watch, you've lost their attention. And there are, some of the most engaged people are watching YouTube for, hours in a day, and you're gone. And especially with shorts now, every 15 seconds, they're getting another video.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it doesn't surprise me that there's that kind of engagement going on, because back in the day, that's the way it was for us. I mean, I lived on YouTube. Richard Coughlin lived on YouTube. I mean, he watched more videos than any person, I think, alive. If you name a video, he's seen it.
Back when I could see who was subscribed to me, I had 4 different Coughlin channels.
Yeah.
Because you lose one, but you could still see the shell of the dead channel that was subscribed to you.
You can't see who subscribed to you anymore?
No.
Hmm.
And when I get a new subscriber, I don't get a notification at all.
Really?
No. And I used to go check out every person that subscribed to me to see if I would want to subscribe to them. That used to be how I found new people. But
Well, can you block people or not anymore?
not effectively. When you block them, you just don't see them. But like, they can still make public stuff that other people can see.
Well,
And-
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's stupid. Is that you? That's you.
That's me.
Is that your grinder?
That's not my dryer. No,
I
that's
said
something-
grinder.
It's the former Ms. Pure Evil 007.
I don't know who that is.
You do, but
Okay.
I won't say her name. Doxing.
Okay. I am going to head out.
How did DevShell 2 comment LOL? You're Raven J.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
What do you mean no?
Okay, so the screen name that I'm using here,
Uh-huh.
right, is Raven J, but it's broadcasting through the DevShell 2 channel.
Okay. Well, as far as things that we've had in the past, the Breakfast Club kind of petered out after a while, and now this is all we got is showing up for you in these. So
I have the
it's
Breakfast
a
Club.
taste for me of stuff that we used to have every Saturday night, and every time you do it, I'm like, man, I need to jump in on that, because at least we got
I've really got to find a night where I can, like, maybe I could do Friday nights. It's just that, people like Autumn want, she wants to have a life.
yeah.
After everything she's been through, and she's not wrong. I don't blame her. But yeah, I mean, I got to get up in the morning for work during the week because I work in a school. I love that. Actually, one of the students' parents sent an email to the school administrator commending her for hiring a trans person. So that was pretty cool.
So Kevin and Peaceable Kingdom miss the Breakfast Club. So next time there's a stream that you make, I think we need to send them the link and get them on with us, talking with voices.
I wanted to find out if there's a way I could stream this on simultaneously through StreamYard on both channels. I don't know if that's possible.
I'll look into it.
That would, you know.
On different platforms, I've seen it done where someone did a Twitch and a YouTube at the same time.
But to do two different YouTube channels, I don't know.
I've never seen two different YouTubes go at the same time, but it's possible.
But I mean, it would greatly expand the audience. So I don't know.
Yeah, you could throw it over. Like if you could do 2, you could do 10, and you could do every person that's in the thing.
Right? Could go on their channel.
Every channel that's participating can do it.
Yeah.
So
How's it looking? All right, I am gonna go have some ice cream, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
Sounds like
I think it's a plan. It's a good plan. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. It was good talking to you.
Good talking to you.
And yeah, I guess that's it.
No, I love you more. You hang up first.
No, you hang up first. Good night. Thank you. Wait, I'd love to come on if you'd like. I can have a reputation as an oracle of GDC history. So, okay, Kevin, is there a screen name that you went by that we would recognize that isn't your name?
I recognize Kevin.
Well, I recognize the avatar, but anybody could use that.
That's Kevin.
So, okay.
I can't whistle anymore because I had oral surgery.
Yeah, I understand how that is. Because these are fake, so I can't.
I used to be able to do this.
Yeah, I can't whistle. Yeah, no.
Almost. Ah, gosh. No.
Okay, so.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay. For a minute, I'm like, what is that? Okay, yeah, okay. Good night, peoples, and I will see you soonish, I think. I'm gonna try and think of when your Jokey Kite? No. Jackie Kite? No. Not ringing any bells.
I know. She's a good photographer.
Oh,
Jackie.
yeah? Oh, yeah?
Yeah. An artiste with the camera.
An artiste?
Yes.
She is artistical.
Kevin, just pass that along to Jackie for us, please, that she's an artistical.
Oh, it's late. And I'm sitting down.
It's at 4:43 in the replay, by the way.
Yeah, I see.
If you just want to have us tell her instead
Oh,
of
yeah. Yeah.
You don't want to bear this.
43.
You know, you don't want to be the messenger that gets killed. So.
All right. Good night. And I got to try to figure out a schedule to do some kind of a show. That would be good. Maybe generate a little bit of excitement. Nobody gets excited about me anymore. So. I don't know. Anyway, that's all. Good night.